Hey guys, welcome to Hash Church episode 51. One away from a year of Hash Church, if you guys can imagine. I'm totally blown away. Stoked that you guys have all spent your time with us here, and we're going to have a nice episode today. Just got to do my regular send the links out. Let's see if I can get that done without messing this up. Always try to, oh, here we go. Pause that, so I don't have to hear my voice. All right, so sent out the link that way, sent out the link this way. Right on. We'll see who comes in first. I'm going to put money on, I'd say Nick and Etienne, not in that order. So anyway, welcome everyone. I hope that you guys had a wonderful week last week. Etienne takes the cake. He wins. He's always first.
Hey.
Thank you always for showing up so early, dude. It's so much of an appreciation to be able to have someone to talk to in that morning. I was just welcoming everyone from a week off. It's been 7 days since last we joined up for some hash-ucation.
Right on. And top of that, a lot of things have happened in this last week up in Canada as well as here in California. So where do you want to start, buddy?
Geez, I guess, you're in California. I bet you Nick's going to come in real soon because I saw him in chat there. So why don't we start with California, just in case I can manage to get Hillary or someone else from Canada to come and share what's going on with us. But yeah, you got an invite, Cuban, of course. I send you an invite every morning. You always get your invite. It goes out in the mail, and check your junk mail maybe. But yeah, let's start with Cali, dude.
All right, so historic regulation passed the legislature just the other day. So basically what we're looking at is a law that's going to roll out over a couple of years. So it's basically, initially it's just going to be, let's see, the initial rollout.
Did I lose you? You muted yourself, I think. I don't hear you anymore. Welcome, Nick.
Welcome, guys. How are you?
Not too bad. I had Etienne talking there.
Yeah, it looks like you might have dropped off. I'm really excited as being part of the California industry. This is something that we have been wanting and needing for the last 19 years. It's been the Wild West in California, and it's about to change. There's going to have there's going to be some licenses issued. Part of the thing that I was reading up on is you can own multiple licenses, but there are going to be some stipulations where you can't be a distributor and a grower at the same time. You're able to have a grow and be a concentrate producer at the same time, but there are definitely going to be some stipulations that they put in there. So.
Hey, welcome, Preston. I'm not sure. How do we know Preston?
Preston, I invited Preston in to share his story. He is living in Colorado currently at 13. Actually, I'll let him get into his story. But I started helping him when he was a patient at Harborside about 3.5 years ago. He moved with his family out to Colorado and has been taking over the control of his health with a more homeopathic care. So.
Much more holistic, yep. So, do you just want me to start off sharing my story, where it all started, or?
Do it up, brother. And welcome to Hash Church. We're happy to have you here this morning on episode 51.
Thanks, man. All right.
Colorado Chronicle says, "Hey, Preston."
Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, just get into it.
Just get into it? Yeah, get into it? All right. So at 12, what happened is I broke my arm, and it wasn't healing right in the cast. So what happened is they diagnosed me with something called CRPS, which is Complex Regional Pain Syndrome. And what that is, it's constant nerve pain. So your brain is firing off signals that you're in constant pain, but really you're not. So some doctors think it's all in your head, some think it's not, but it's not physical. It's all in your head, if that makes sense. Yeah.
It's not actually deteriorating the nerves or the muscles or anything, but the pain is
Yeah.
firing in your brain.
Yep, it's firing off. It has constant adrenaline pumping through my body, and that's what causes, the pain flares and all that. So once I got diagnosed, I started taking all these opiates and benzos, downers, muscle relaxants, sleep aids. Nothing was helping, and at 14 is when I went to a headache doctor. Actually, I was getting headaches because the pain was so bad, and he finally said, you're on like 4 different types of opiates. You're on 45 milligrams of Valium at one time. He said you're gonna try cannabis. And so the next day I got my card and it broke my headache and I wasn't in pain. And after that I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And ever since then, I started going to Harborside, and that's how I met Nick. And he was just a huge help to me, helping me find the right strains, telling me about CBD, CBN, THCA, all that stuff. Really just helping me out. And once I started using more cannabis and taking some CBD tinctures, THC tinctures, I started getting off some opiates. And my sleep aids, I got off all of them. I got off all the benzos. I got off all of that. And currently, I'm on no opiates, no sleep aids, nothing. It's just full spectrum oil caps, dabs, and like Harlequin, Tora Bora, strains like that, and CBD. But yeah, it's so much better than going the pharmaceutical route. I mean, I was a zombie on those meds, but
So
with this, yeah.
what was the worst pharmaceutical drug that you were on? What was the hardest to get off? The one that was just like, how could they give this to anyone?
Oxycontin. Oxycontin was
The
the
one
one.
they give to everyone.
Yeah, the one they give to everyone. It's like their first choice, but they put me on that after surgery, and it just screwed up my GI tract. I mean, and that's actually what started. I'm going to tell you my second diagnosis. It started something called gastroparesis. So my stomach's paralyzed. It doesn't move food at all. And part of that is from CRPS, and part of that was also from extensive opioid use over time, slowing down the GI tract, killing it, all those nasty side effects.
And can
Yeah.
you bring it back?
One more time?
Can you bring that back? Can you regain the use of that system?
No, I unfortunately can't. It was so bad. They had to go into my stomach and cut the vagus nerve. So, and they actually put in their hole in my stomach to just let food by gravity move because my muscles in my stomach don't contract. But I found out using cannabis, I mean, I would throw up every time after I ate. But if I take a couple dabs before I eat and take a full spectrum cap, I'll be fine. And it's awesome because I was down to 90 pounds. And
Wow.
yeah, it was bad. I was on a feeding tube. I was on TPN.
Yeah, that's wasting.
Yeah, I was wasting away literally. And it was bad. But yeah, that was bad. Yeah.
Well, it's like the good comes from the bad. It's things like that that drives guys like Nick to want to help you find that strain and that profile and that all of those different things, because it's when it's just so bad that it's like you can't ignore it. You have to be like, this is insane. Like how should any single human being suffer like that, and then to be given drugs that produce more suffering than they produce relief? Well, I guess it's like Kid Asai says, we're living in a topsy-turvy world.
Yeah, yes, we are, man. But the funny part was opiates don't even work for CRPS, and they were putting me on them. it doesn't work for burning pain. It only works for, like muscle aches and stuff. So
I
they
heard
started
it's actually quite profitable as well. I'm guessing that's what they were going for.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I like my doctor, but he got paid by an OxyContin company to put patients on it. I
Mm.
didn't really agree with that whatsoever, but he was a good guy. But I didn't agree with that because he's putting kids on it, so like 13-year-olds. Like
It seems like a
that's
pretty serious conflict of interest when your Hippocratic oath is to do no harm.
yeah, I
But
know.
but OxyContin is almost one day it might be another word for harm.
Yeah, because honestly, I mean, there is a use for it if you're, seriously terminally ill and there's nothing left. Maybe, that's okay. But if you don't have something terminal, and I'm not calling anyone out or saying anything, but I don't think opiates are a good way to manage symptoms because it will just
Short
create
term.
more.
It's short term pain. It's like you had your arm ripped off. Go on some opiates for a short period of time.
Yeah, that's what they do in the ER. They'll pump you full of opiates for a couple hours, send you home, and then later you're back where you started.
Well, it's it's all really we're still in that place where we can give super thanks to guys like Steve D'Angelo and Etienne and all these other guys that are starting these incredible places that are making it available to people like yourself. That is a very, very important factor that the big
Yeah,
business coming in, they want to sort of, say, oh, hey, we're going to do this now. It's okay. You guys can stop. And I really, because they say that, most people react to them as we don't want them. We don't want larger companies doing this. Whereas I think we need both. I think we need to stop dividing our community and really have as many ways as possible to have clean, safe, efficient medicine available for people like yourself, for people like myself, for people like all of us on the panel and all the many people watching. It's an important factor for us to have, and I don't think we're ever going to get that with a single model or a single arrow, if you will. I always go back to my quiver because I like the metaphor of I like more than one shot at things. And so if I want more than one shot, I'm going to put more than one arrow into my quiver, and certainly not roll around with a single arrow. So.
Well, that's why we carry so many diverse types of medicine, because one variety doesn't work for everyone. Same thing. It's about diversity, and we've been very fortunate to be able to do that, and we'll continue to do that as best as we can, given the new regulations that are happening here in California. But it doesn't stop why Preston and other patients have given testimony, and these are the motivators. These are the ones that make us risk our freedoms for the past now 16 years. And here in a couple weeks, when Moonbeam actually signs the legislation, we're going to finally be legal after 16 years. So, yeah, I don't know if you want me to go in California. I missed that earlier, but I
Yeah,
can.
I want to talk a little bit about California. I mean, California's obviously helped out Preston a fair amount with a guy like
yeah.
Nick. Nick's in the
So
room.
basically,
Let's do
the
it.
state of California is getting ready to start a Bureau of Medical Marijuana Regulation. And that is basically going to be the state-regulated agency. We're going to fall under multiple agencies, Department of Agriculture, et cetera, et cetera. You will be able to go for organic certification, but the reality is that you are going to have local authorization and a permit before you can get a permit from the state. So it's going to be a two-tier system. You have to be locally accepted, and you have to have a local permit, then the state will issue it. There will be manufacturing licenses for concentrates. A Manufacturer 1 license is for non-solvent extracts. Manufacturer 2 license is for solvent extracts and will be limited by the state. So because there's no regulations, there are no specificities on what the actual chemicals or etc. are known, but at this time, this is what we have. We are concerned Patients are now limited to 100 square feet gross.
What?
It's now a crime to share a joint from your garden with anyone.
Oh,
You're no
wow.
longer allowed more than 6 plants unless local legislature. And you have to use your regular doctors for your recommendations. You cannot just go to a doc in the box anymore. You have to use your regular physician. So one of these things this did is it ratcheted up the doctor-patient relationship. From my understanding, it is that they're looking at legalization coming down the pike in 2016, and they just want to protect the patients after seeing what's happened with Washington and Colorado. So it does establish some rights, reality, that you can no longer, as a patient cultivar, come to me as a dispensary to actually sell your cannabis to me. There is now an actual distributor network that will be set up. I can own a dispensary, I can own a manufacturing, I can't own a distributorship. I can own a distributorship, but I can't own a dispensary and manufacture, etc. They're trying to keep a separation of church and state, but at the same time, there are levels being built in. Of course, this is going to cause, rises in costs. You have to be a licensed grower. You can do delivery. Delivery is allowed in areas where jurisdictions have banned cannabis. You can do delivery, and they are allowing for delivery. To do delivery, you just have to carry a copy of your actual supplier's distribution letter that is issued by the state. So some of these things are very workable. Some of these things are not very workable. This was done by prohibitionists in Sacramento. So the penalties and the increasing in fines, if you are caught with an illegal grow, I do believe they're doubling the penalties and fines. This is the part where we had the police officers in there actually making the legislation. So this is rather frustrating. As I said, some of parts of this are workable. Some of these, as I said, do it being rushed through the legislation, are not very realistic. And realize this is going to roll out over a couple of years. It's not going immediately into effect, but the clock is starting for you locally for your licenses to start looking at what you're doing. I don't know how to get a manufacturer's license, a 1 or a 2 yet. I don't know how much it costs or when those accesses will come. They will come in time. We all know that. But that's kind of a quick overview. Of course, it's 3 different documents. One's 47 pages and all kind of legalese inside of it, and I've still not absorbed all of it. And I don't think anybody really has, and it's going to take some time. But we anticipate that the governor is going to have an official ceremony because there was a lot of brouhaha in bringing this together. So there will most likely be a brouhaha ceremony where he'll come out and he'll sign it. So stay tuned. Mom and pops, I'm not sure. As I said, the 6 plant limit is back in effect unless local jurisdictions. Los Angeles will be able to maintain its moratoriums, and the other cities and local municipalities who have banned cannabis get to keep their moratoriums. This is also the frustration of having the law enforcement in there and lobbying. We were shut out in the 11th hour and had no access to change this document. We're very fortunate we had some good people that we've educated on the inside to get some of the positive things, but unfortunately, it's not a perfect document. Nothing we got is going to be perfect. People are going to like some parts of it. People are not going to like other parts of it. People love certain aspects and going to hate other aspects of it. But this is what we have right now, and this is the first time we're having any type of regulation in almost 20 years of actually having the law. I don't know if the feds are going to back off. People ask, well, since they asked for, regulations, will they back off? I have no idea. I have no idea what it applies to my case in any way, shape, or form. But the reality is the clock is stopping. It started now for you to figure out where you are, what you're doing, and where you are in the chain. Because the implementation, I do believe, officially kicks in on 2018. But some of those provisions, again, will kick in before. So
I don't want to sound like a total naysayer, but them trying to limit the scope of the voter-approved initiative again, I don't think is going to work because they tried to limit the scope of how many plants we could have, and they busted one guy named Patrick Kelly who appealed his case, and all 3 judges on the appellate panel, the first thing they looked at was where does the number 6 come from, and they figured it out that it was from SB 420, and they basically wrote that the state legislature does not have the power to limit the scope of the initiative. And then when LA appealed it and went to 9 judges, all 9 judges backed that up.
In the language, it does not limit 215. It allows 215 to be itself. It does put the 6-plant limit, though. And yes, there's challenges in court, and there's aspects of all through this, because it also mandatory labor agreements, which is against the law in California, will be sued and will be taken out.
I love that they socialize cannabis before anything else. You know, doctors, dentists,
I agree with you. I'm just letting you know what the law is.
I know. I'm not only picking on you.
Now, AT, how does this affect the ban that like Fresno County has put on cultivation? Does that, because I know you said that they're still able to ban dispensaries in areas that weren't that have banned
any
sales
local
of
ban
cannabis.
on grows or dispensaries will continue. Unless you change it. Look, I agree. It sucks. I hate it, people. I'm not here sitting there promoting this as the fucking great thing that I want to fucking jump up and down about. I don't. I'm just trying to educate you because I don't like it either. No, I don't like what it limits my patients or makes more criminal codes. That's fucking bullshit. Yeah. You shouldn't put more fucking penalties on patients just for self-growing. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Sorry,
I'll back off. I'm angry.
It's happening in Washington. 6 plants, same shit. Licenses, same shit. You know what I mean? The penalties, it's almost the same. You know what I mean? Come on, man. That's not cool. That sucks.
What about Canada? Our Health Canada just sent the local Compassion Club and 12 other dispensaries across Canada, including one in Saskatchewan, threatening letters that if this is the federal government, okay? Federal government sent them letters saying if you don't cease and desist, stop doing business completely, we're going to fine you $5 million and put you in prison for 5 years. And they received these letters about a week ago, and they have 30 days to comply. So you guys still got it better than what we're dealing with right now. Holy shit.
Hey, at least they told you ahead of time, kind of like they told the shops over here, about 60% of all the medical shops closed, and now they have to pay back taxes when it used to be a donation based, like non-for-profit for many years, you know, not charging taxes. Well, now a lot of people are facing mandatory tax, getting shut down. Just it's kind of crazy, man. All to funnel money towards recreational so the state can make the money, as opposed to
land of the free, home of the brave. Bullshit. It's more like land of the fee, home of the paved. It's just, you know, it's going to be frustrating, and trust me, I don't mean to yell anyway. I'm just frustrated by these laws as well because they're shoved down our throat at the 11th hour, and I can't change it. And this is what we have to live at. But at the same time, I was very frustrated this week to see Hillary's post that they all got served by Harper's government, threatening them with 5 years in jail, $5 million fines. Same thing happened to us basically in 2007, and we ignored the, you know, when it came out, we actually put those letters on our wall, and then it wasn't until in 2012 that they came and they ratcheted it up where they went after my landlord and then my bank, who the landlord for the bank, who my landlord was taking the loan for the property that I was on, and threatened to take the bank. So they've learned how to ratchet and escalate things up when they want to, but I hope it doesn't come to that for you guys, because you at least have a medical system federally. We don't even have that.
And that's kind of what they're trying to protect, the big business aspect of it. But the bottom line is, and someone just mentioned this in chat about this law, it's actually $5 million a day.
A day?
That would ratchet it up pretty hard. I mean,
but that pretty much makes your conscience think, you know, like I have to close down no matter what. That's pretty much what they're making you realize. Stay open one day, $5 million. You think somebody's gonna stay open after that one hit of the $5 million? Man, you gotta be rich as shit to stay open and test.
Can I point out something, man? Fuck that $5 million. You know, the threat when I was fighting this was go to prison for 10 years, mandatory minimum, and I did 5. I mean, we got to stand up for our rights. And you know what? If you get scared because they might fine you or put you in prison a little while, you should go be a shoe salesman, because that's a nice
exactly industry. What they do. That's exactly what they do. The $5 million fine a day it also comes with a 5-year prison sentence. So I mean, it's definitely.
I almost feel like this. and I don't want to sound like a jerk to say it, but the more they push us, the more it's going to bite back, because the more they oppress us, when everybody's walking around with smartphones and can look up their lies, I think it's going to get to a point where politicians and the police, they can't do this anymore like they used to do it, because too many people know what's up. Too many people have access to instant information now, and all this bullshit of being able to kick our ass is coming to a severe halt for them. And I think what they're doing in Canada is a last grasp to try to basically oppress a community that's been flourishing for almost 2 decades.
Okay, so that's what I. So back in the early years, let's say 90s and the 2000s, right, when like my family was growing, yeah, you faced prison, but it was to do what you loved, right, to be able to grow. But now in 2015, when I moved from Florida to Washington, and people move from other places to California and shit, and you go to not get locked up, you know what I'm saying, to be able to do something the right way, start your family and shit. When they change the laws, that's fucked up. It's like, okay, the options are move somewhere and try to keep on your hustle without getting locked up, or stand your ground and face the storm. It's not
Dude, in
like
all
when I was in
irony,
Florida that it was face the storm or don't do shit. You know what I mean?
and I know what you mean. In all irony, I was living in Amsterdam when 215 changed, and I had the good fortune of having Dennis Perone and John Entwistle spend a week with me over Thanksgiving after the passage. And part of the reason I moved back from Amsterdam, because I believed in the law. I believed that when the law changed, it would be acknowledged and that it would be honored and that there would be a line of respect for democracy. I was completely wrong, of course, but you know, that was the theory to me too 19 years ago when I came home. Yay, we're legal now. I won't get in trouble.
Thanksgiving in Amsterdam, aka the Cannabis Cup.
So check this out, bro. In Washington, these laws passed with like on the low, secret meetings and all that shit, and and the law just went into effect. 1 year it got stopped, which was 2 years ago, but then last year it passed. But you, common sense dictates, right? The growers don't want that shit. There's no real popular vote for these laws to get passed. So how does it get passed when it's obviously what we don't want? Cali, same shit. You got counties of people that all grow, right? If it was a vote, that shit wouldn't pass. Like, so why do these laws and these 6 plant limits and all that other shit, why does that get put into effect without the say of the grower? When then that's the person that they're trying to regulate is the grower and the hasher and the whole industry. But the
Well, that's
industry
an
doesn't.
easy answer. We got no voice, man. We got no community that lobbies. We got no money behind us. I mean, we're only in our infancy of being able to get our shit together. I mean, we have here what's called the National Cannabis Industries Association, but it's only been around since 2010, and it's under 1,000 businesses that are supporting it right now. So we don't even have 1/100th of the type of political clout that our opposition has.
That's the facts. I know, because I work with the NCIA, and I have the only 2 lobbyists that are up on Capitol Hill, and two lobbyists on Capitol Hill compared to the 1,000+ pharmaceutical lobbyists. Talk about throwing sand into the ocean.
Yeah, and honestly, I've been hearing about these laws for the past, let's say, the longest 3 months, right? But how long has it really been brewing in the pipelines that people have been meeting and like putting these documents together to get it moving? You know what I'm saying? Probably a lot longer than most people have even known it was in effect, which is pretty messed up. You think about it, you need somebody dedicated in the law to like be on the lookout to make sure stuff isn't the rug isn't getting pulled from under us like it always does. Especially this year, man, that sucks. To go to a certain place with the laws, right, and set a good example worldwide. I think this country has done, in Canada as well, to then just go completely backwards and regulate people and fine people, and here it ain't fighting. In Washington, it's a lockup, bro. I didn't load up my shit for a long time because the limit now is 15 plants, and that's not what I'm designed for. You know what I'm saying? So I was pretty fucking not wanting to either, hoping that something would come up, but you kind of have to face it, bro, and take your chances because, hey, when I moved here, it wasn't like that, bro. And I don't want it to be like that. Most people don't either.
The times they are a-changing, there's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm still slightly in shock with them trying to close the I mean, all these other compassion clubs that have opened, since the BC Compassion Club, I definitely feel for them as well, but I feel much less for them than I do the club, because the club is this they were just the standard. They never got arrested. They never got harassed. They never got busted. They always just paid their taxes. They always, like, whatever they had to do, they did. And it just seems so strange that that Health Canada, of all, that's like one of the best little things in the community that it's in. I mean, the club really sort of paved the way, and not many clubs do this at all with their profit, but the Compassion Club does, as it's a true non-for-profit. It takes the profits and it puts it into this incredible healing center next door where you have all sorts of different people. I think they offer like over 20 or 30 different holistic healings, and these are expensive healings, $60, $80 an hour, and they've got these people typed on retainers. They work there all the time, and they offer this to their members for free, but really it's not for free because their members' profit margin pays for it while paying for their wage. It's a beautiful win-win situation, and for the government to come in there and say, hey, we've got another model, even though we don't have it set up yet, it's not working as good as your model, it's not community-based, and you got to go. I think it's utter and complete and total fucking bullshit, and I really wish Hillary was here to tell us a little bit about how she feels about it, because
she said she was going to go take the weekend to get her head together, so I can understand and respect that. But hey, Canada, we did this. Our wonderful dispensary in Berkeley has been beloved by our community for decades, and all of a sudden the federal government came in and decided that they were going to shut us down, and many people did shut down. We were the only ones who closed down temporarily, became a delivery service, and then reopened in a new location. So it can be done, but of course it's going to have to stand your ground. It's going to be painful. It's going to hurt. I had to lay off 50 people and go through the change, and it sucked, but I never forgot that it's still about the patients, and that today a patient needs help, and if I don't help them, they're not going to get the help that they need. So I better fucking go out there and risk my goddamn freedom again. Otherwise, where's Preston going to get his medicine? Where's Nick going to get his medicine? Where's D420 going to get his medicine? Bong rip.
Yep.
So,
yeah, but you know what? If there's an opportunity for licensing and they have that structured out, I urge, guys, don't slack on getting licenses, because the licenses here in Washington, they had a period of time that you could apply. They closed that application time period, so you can't get a new license, and now it's like people selling licenses, private sales. Concentrate licenses average between $20,000 to $25,000 just to start making concentrates. You know what I mean? When that was not the application fee in the beginning here in Washington. So at least law sucks, but take the steps to get yourself.
Well, Cuban, licensed producers in Canada paid, I don't even know what they paid for those licenses, but I would guess to say millions of dollars. I would say minimum $500,000 back room payments, like, okay, here, Bob, come on, I need one of those licenses. So
right now, the producers' licenses, like the biggest one in the state for growing, is $500,000 from a private sale. That shit's expensive, bro. That's a lot of money to get into. In the industry,
yeah, $500,000 in Canada. You know how many people could pay that no problem, compared to it's going to cost you $500,000 for a vault to prove you can hold the cannabis.
Yeah,
well, that's true, but that means that instead of being like, I myself don't have $500,000, so to make moves myself, I would need a business partner. That's pretty much what it forces you to do, to team up with an investor. But it's still a big money number for most people,
No, I mean, depending on where you are, that's putting up your house if you want to grow, if you want to be free from that big money investor. Because if every extract artist ends up having to pair up with a big money investor, they end up, to a sense, an employee of something. It's scary because everyone's like, I need 25 grand. And now you're open to people who are like, hey, I got 25 grand. Let's see which one of these suckers I can own. It's a trap. It's this trap where you end up, well, look, I have a facility and at least I can persist, but now I'm in a different model I wasn't paying attention to, and now I owe this guy, and we didn't talk about milestones when I took the money, and now he wants to see this, this, and this. It's a little bit more like the real world where you'd never get a business loan without doing a lot of weird shit you didn't want to do from a bank. So I don't know. I kind of would rather take the loan from the bank than some guy.
Well, it's hard to complain when all we did was fight and fight and fight and fight and fight for it to be like a mainstream thing, and when they start to do mainstream things to it, we all flip out. What the fuck, man? Why are you doing that? What do you gotta? It's like, well, you guys wanted it to be in the. You've been begging to put it into this platform. You've been begging to be recognized and put into the mainstream. Well, guess what? The mainstream fucking blows. This is how the mainstream operates. We over-regulate. We fucking do this. We do that. This is what you guys have been fighting for.
It's crazy to think people fought for eggs the same way in milk, and you can't sell your own milk.
I've got to interrupt you guys. Mark, there's a goof in the chat just going right off named Brian Harbinger.
Oh, he's long gone.
Yeah, okay. I just
Gonzo.
Sorry.
Anytime there's something like that, Darren, you can just type it into the little message box, and I'll see it, and boom, beam, boom, bam. Anyone, for that matter, that has someone in chat and they need to go, just type it in the little message box, and I'll give it a boot.
I seen that, but I didn't see him left yet. I was just I was getting worked up a bit, I think. That fucking guy. I just can't stand rude people, man. Jesus Christ.
So what were we talking about there? Anyone?
We were talking about activism, Canada, freedom, regulations. You know, that's.
Oh, the costs. Yeah, the costs and it going into.
I mean, that's cool and all. Hey, Nick has that quartz D-nail sick nail head. How is that nail? That little sick D-nail head.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty wild. I got it on Friday, and I've been going pretty hard with it ever since. It's the sick clone. So if you know what the silicon carbide head looks like, it's the same heating surface as the silicon carbide head, but it's made out of quartz. And the flavor profile you get off of these is just crazy. ATN, we have to set up a date once you get your Sapphire. I want to set up a side-by-side Sapphire Halo taste test. We'll go with the same terps, the same temps, and compare. But from this nail compared to the silicon carbide, which all of my quartz, my friends that use quartz say is by far the best flavor they've had, this trumps the silicon carbide. So.
And that, of course, goes with the flag. My Sapphire the early part of next week, and yeah, we can schedule something. I have to see how it goes, because there's supposedly going to be a little washer in between. Is there a buffer in between your quartz and the?
No, there wasn't a buffer. It's the exact same setup. I got the exact same setup as the silicon carbide. It's just the head with the centerpiece screw that actually attaches and tightens the nail onto the infinitide.
Beautiful, beautiful nail. I can't wait. Beautiful nail. I can't wait.
Hey, D420K. There's many requests. People want to hear it. Yell it.
Bong rip.
We gotta keep. I just jacked right up.
Yo, what's up, Rev? I didn't see you on there.
Welcome, Jack.
Yo, you heard about what's going down in Cali, man? It's almost the same shit that's going down in Washington.
Yeah, it pretty much looks like the same thing. That's from my first read. I read Etienne posted it on the Hash Church yesterday, and I was, or on Friday rather, and I was reading it on my way back from Portland on the bus. It's you know, a lot of people are upset about it, and I understand why. You know, it's going to destroy the mom and pa, and it's going to give corporations the you know, the keys to the cannabis garden. And so, you know, I totally understand that. But at the same time, I feel that where we're moving in this world is to regulation on every level. And so, you know, we're not going to like every step of the regulation, but we've got to try and work within that regulation so that we can continue to do what we love. And that's where I'm at.
I would only add, because when he said corporation, it sounded like a bad word. I would only add that Bubble Bags is a corporation and has been for 16 years. So try to remember that not all corporations are out to rape and destroy you and belittle you and take advantage of you. There's actually some good corporations out there. And
Yeah.
Just don't
like
say it, Mark. Don't say it.
I mean, I'm an owner of I'm an owner of a couple corporations myself, you know, so I understand the corporate model. That's just what America wants, and you know what the world wants for you to be running a business is to have a corporation so that it's going to be following a set of rules that the corporation puts forth. And so, you know, I totally understand that, and you know, Ma and Pa can be a corporation. There's nothing wrong with that, but generally, Ma and Pa in the cannabis industry are not going to be moving over to having themselves a Ma and Pa corporation. They're going to get squashed by the larger corporations. So, you know, go ahead, Todd.
You know, I just feel as if, you know, the truth of the crux of this issue is that cannabis is going to become practically worthless compared to what it was on the prohibited market. And they're not going to recoup taxes in these, you know, prohibition-era profiteering scenarios that they're trying to lay out in future budgets. And that's reality. And, you know, grandma and grandpa, you know, in the growing industry may lose their ability to actually pay their mortgage growing cannabis in their backyard like they did through the 80s and 90s when their friends and neighbors were getting picked off and raided. But they'll be able to freely grow cannabis in their backyard, and they won't have to worry about kids jumping their fence and ripping off their crops, because their crops will be fucking worthless, and the kids next door will be growing their own shit that's probably just as good or better. And I think they'll get to a point where realistically corporations will have to be realistically decent corporate citizens to compete with cannabis, because the profit is going to be low, efficiency and productivity is going to have to be high, and the conversation is going to have to be about quality, or you're going to be out of the conversation. And I think this is a good thing. And you know, and I'm not, you know, I don't want to sound like what's his name that was like corporations are people, man. But you know, the truth of the matter is that one of the things that hit me in '99, I got to speak at, of all places, Woodstock in '99 before I went to prison. I was on my activist trip, and Kenneth Cole, the fashion designer of all people, came and joined us for what we called Spitfire. And he got on stage. The guy was, I mean, stupid wealthy by the time he was in his 30s. And he spoke about conscious capitalism and how we shouldn't, as a community, be afraid to make money. We should be afraid to not use it in a humanitarian and in a conscientious manner, because really that's what matters, is that we actually can. There are certain people in our communities that can organize better, that can bring things together, but then if they work in a way that's good for the other people that maybe don't have the mental capacity to run a big business or to handle all that crap because they don't want to, or they're just not into it. But this is what he was talking about, is that we should basically we should embrace wealth and then use it to embody or to embolden the people around us, to help society, to make this world a better place. We shouldn't shun away from it, but we shouldn't dream about fucking Bentleys and Rolexes and shiny crap. We should dream about how we could be able to feed people that are, you know, are hungry, or help people that are sick. That should be our fantasy. Our fantasy should be to do good.
Basically, you just described Akon and Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather buys the cars and the Rolexes and the houses, and Akon is like electricity to millions of people in Africa right now. Like, literally, that's his project.
Yeah, conscious capitalism is nothing we should be afraid of. What I'm sick of is all these billionaires wanting to be our president when they're, you know, and the reality is all they want is manipulation, control and manipulation, you know, so guys like Bush and Cheney can go in there and funnel trillions of fucking dollars to their own homey companies. And that's what we should be worried about. That's the type of capitalism that we really should fight against. But realistically, we shouldn't be afraid to become these little corporations or medium-sized corporations that do the things that, you know, like Hillary did when she moved up to Vancouver. I might be one that argues that I would rather pay less for my cannabis and decide if I wanted to go get a massage rather than have the club charge me more, make a big profit, and go give me a bunch of auxiliary social services that I'm questionably not asking for. You know, I want to see the price of cannabis go down, 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 so that it's in the hands of everybody, and that alcohol and tobacco is no longer the only alternative to, I hate to say it, the people that are the poorest. Because they're the only ones that can go out, and they can't go out and buy kind bud. I was debating the DEA agent 20 years ago, and he was talking about cannabis that, you know, was grown in Humboldt County falling into the hands of children. And at the time, that shit was $4,800 a pound. And I made the point that, sir, at $400 an ounce, it's barely falling into the hands of many adults.
No shit, dude. That's
Who
just
the fuck's giving kids shit that costs $400? Here, kid, here's some $400 an ounce weed. Bullshit. Not to be rude, but bullshit.
Hey,
Right. And
keep in mind, that $400 ounce of weed was like closer to $700 for the Canadians going down there and being like, what? What's the exchange?
But
How
was
much?
that was the outdoor for the 400? Because
Dude, that price, $4,800 a pound, this existed from the late 80s well into the 21st century in the Emerald Triangle. That was the price. That was the price through the 90s. That was the price late 80s. I mean, I was in prison from 2000 to 2004, so excuse me, I was out of the trip. But, you know, when I got out, it was still pretty high.
I guess people weren't flipping pounds in the prison so much, more just like pinners.
Ounces. I was getting ounces.
Ounces?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a true story, actually.
Yeah.
What grade of weed, Todd? Just out of curiosity.
That would be Mexi, bro. That would be the best weed. I bought 1 gram of Kind Bud in the whole fucking time I was down. I had to give him $150 for a gram of the shit, and I think it was a setup because I got piss tested afterwards. But you know what? I spent a month in the hole, and it was fucking so worth it.
I love
you, Todd.
You got to see. From this fucking High Times magazine, there's you.
Oh, that sucks. I so should have shaved that day. I regretted that every day. I saw that and I fucking hated it. You know, it was weird to let that issue into the prison.
I got this whole collection of High Times and all these folders and cannabis culture. All these ones haven't even been opened. I've got the whole collection my buddy gave me a couple days ago. And these ones are doubles that he could read. The other ones he didn't even open. He put in the plastic. And I was flipping through and I seen Todd McCormick interview. I was like, what? Hey, let's check this out.
Hold up the cover. The cover is the coolest thing because they interviewed Jack and then my name's right next to on his shoulder, which was kind of sweet.
Right there.
Jack's back.
Jack and I was doing time in the same prison where he actually went to prison and wrote The Emperor in 14 days initially. He got sentenced to Terminal Island Prison because he wouldn't do a year probation for signing up voters after dark on federal property. That's how we got The Emperor, everybody. Jack Herro was being an activist on Wilshire Boulevard at the federal building, and Reagan saw him. And Reagan basically passed this World War II vandalism law that basically said that everyone had to be off the property after sunset. So they went back and arrested the protesters and said, hey, no, we got a hook now. We're going to kick you off the property. And they offered Jack and everyone else a year probation. And Jack said, my whole life's a violation of probation. So he fucking accepted jail, and that was 2 weeks of TI. And he basically was such a short inmate that they wouldn't give him anything but these little 3-inch pencils and white paper. And that's what he wrote an 84-page draft of The Emperor on.
Wow.
He made a good choice, though, man, if he knew he was going to violate probation. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, it was a principle thing, you know, and they had been there, believe it or not, for over a year, protesting and like doing like an Occupy type of campo. And the story was that they had the marijuana flag hanging under the American flag, which, believe it or not, is legal. And Reagan pulled in to get like a haircut or some rather trivial shit at the federal building, and inquired as to why what were the Canadians protesting outside, because he mistaken the marijuana flag for a Canadian maple fucking leaf, and that they had to inform him, oh, actually, those are the marijuana people, and we can't get rid of them, and they've been out there for all this time bothering us. They're trying to sign up people to vote. They believe in democracy. It's ridiculous. And, of course, that was what Reagan did. It was right when he got back into office in '84, he went back, and one of his first acts, Jack said, was to basically implement this anti-vandalism law and come back and arrest the kids, really, and young adults at the federal building.
Fucking
a little weed history.
Yo, we got Ramo in the chat. Just want to say what's up to him.
Who's that?
Urban Ramo.
Ramo.
Hey, Ramo. How you doing, brother?
Ramo.
He's working. And is it Remo or is it Sandra? Either way, hello to both of you.
Yes, hello. And those nutrients work fucking awesome. I will be down for a truckload soon. And the amount of joints that I smoked with him over there was fucking phenomenal. I still, today, could not top that, I don't think. No way could I. Not during a Hash Church episode. We hotboxed his fucking room there, the whole fucking upstairs.
That's pretty much every moment of every day that you would spend with Remo. It's exactly like that all the time.
Oh, it was awesome. Fuck, I was just fucking cruise control for the last 2 hours of church. That was it. Fuck, it's awesome.
Very good, very good. Well, I'm going to have a bong rip, I guess. Little smoky.
Ball rip. Ball rip.
Rosin is very...
I've got a question for Preston from a patient friend of mine with CRPS. She wanted to know what strains do you find knock it down the longest? Because there's always a terp chase with that to figure out if any strains carry any unique terps that could be used in other ways. She gets a lot of swelling that she uses the transdermal for on her wrist, but everything seems to have a 2-day limit, then it seems to stop working.
Does she just use flour, or does she dab too? Cause
yeah, she moved the concentrates very fast.
Oh yeah, because that's what I would assume. Because the pain's pretty intense. Yeah. I found that high CBD ones, especially Harlequin, is a good one. Also, Wu 5. That's another really good high CBD one. Does she take like full spectrum oil at all, or CBD oil?
We don't, like, for instance, I couldn't say, like, oh, let me go get some Harlequin this evening, so I would ask you, like, do you know what the ratios inside of that Harlequin?
Like a 1-to-1 ratio, like, yeah, something like that. I know what you mean, though. I would say something that's more leaning to the THC side, but still has some CBD in it, because you want that sedating factor, you know? But, yeah, now that I think about it, if she's in a lot of pain, probably something really high in THC, because CBD isn't really going to give that instant, you know, relief. I mean, it'll give relief, but you know what I mean?
I mean, I guess I have now the psychological end of that disorder. Where do you need some strains to manage your mind and some strains to, like, some things to keep your spirits up and some things for your body? Do you have to go in 2 different directions to actually feel better versus, like, the pain's gone, but my depression from living in pain is still keeping me in the couch versus going outside? So is that a critical part of the recovery, using emotional balance?
Yeah, I would recommend, like, I use Tivas in the morning just if I'm down from, like, being in pain or had a bad night or something. That will get me up and going, you know, just get me happier, get me laughing, type of thing. And then in the middle of the day, I'll do a hybrid, something 50-50, just to balance me out. And then usually, you know, then after afternoon, I do heavy indicas for just the pain and stuff. And then if I'm feeling down, I'll do a sativa dominant at the end of the day, but not too high. Nothing like too crazy. You know what I mean?
Now, Preston, you've also gone into changing your diet quite drastically as well. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, thank you, Nick, for reminding me about that. That would actually help a lot too. I switched to all organic and I cut out sugar out of my diet, like all sugar, and all organic meats now. I eat lots of protein, yeah, lots of that stuff. And since I stopped, you know, the sugary food and all the fatty foods and, you know, like fast food and crap food, you know, like munchy food basically, my pain started lowering, and I noticed I was more just like at ease. I wasn't as grouchy too, and if you're not as grouchy, that definitely can play a role in helping your pain. Because if you're happy already, you're not going to be too down that you're in pain, and I just medicate and I'll find something to do, and I'll totally distract myself. So yeah.
So Preston, is it important for you to have access to organic cannabis as well? Do you notice a great difference in between the two?
I do, cause I did get crappy concentrate from a dispensary and crappy bud, and it was it wasn't organic. This actually got shut down. I think it was one of the 10. I don't know if it got shut down, but you know the 10 Colorado Springs are using pesticides.
Okay.
Yeah, so but I switched over to Cannabis, which is all organic and stuff, and it makes a huge difference. Like the I don't know what it is, but it's more potent. It's cleaner. Um, the dabs are smoother.
It
Type of
brings
thing.
it brings me to a thought. Like, I wonder if all of these different products in the cannabis world, if a guy like Khalid got a hold of all those products, or even a guy like Horatio for that matter, and started just filtering them through these extremely small little, like, zero point 0.5, is it 0.5 micron, Horatio, or?
If you're going after mold, it's 0.2.
Okay, what about heavy metals and other weird things that I don't even know are present in these?
What I believe for heavy metals, I use 0.7. Like what I believe, I'm like, I think that's a heavy metal because look at that fucking color.
Now,
It's
wait a
gun.
second. If it's soluble, you can't just remove it by filtration. If it's in solution, it's in solution. You can't just filter it out.
So that's my question to you. Now it's lipid filtration, so it would be bound up in the lipids. Is that possible? Because I use lipids I've gotten so many colors, consistencies, and when I let them oxidize, they'll turn into all different types of things. So when I picked up one that I'm like gray, like gun gray, and I know the nutrients have a history of heavy metals, and now heavy metals are an imaginary thing to a lot of us when you think of them in solubilized form. But I'm like, okay, gray I've never seen. It's not a natural color, and the bud didn't hold anything that looked metallic. Did the lipids bind up something heavy metal? Is that possible? It's not really the filtration, but the lipids bonding, and then the lipids are filtered.
Yeah, that's totally possible. But again, if it's completely soluble, you can't you can't remove it. If it's coming out in the lipid fraction, yeah, you could certainly concentrate heavy metals because carboxylic acid basically made metal heavy metals. Now it depends on what kind of heavy metal are you talking about?
I wish I knew.
Yeah.
It's the lipid fractions that are teaching me when I'm like, gray, that has not happened in 150 filters. I didn't think it was possible. Now, is this another thing that everyone who's not second solvent precipitating not finding out? So everything I see in my lipids is something that's not in my medicine, but I also know it's in everyone else's medicine who even bought from the same grower.
I just like the idea of the same way Buddy took the CO2 and the butane and all these other things. I love the idea of someone going through all these different nutrient companies, not to call anyone out or anything, but really just to sort of make sure people like Preston aren't consuming things that are going to cause problems while they're offering help.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a big concern of mine, actually. But
Oh,
go ahead and
shit.
talk.
That's a legitimate concern, Preston.
it's a legitimate concern. That's why we started to do science in the first place, because we wanted to know what was in our cannabis. And hopefully now with these regulations, we will be able to, since it will also now legalize laboratories as well as manufacturing, is that we can now bring these other laboratories that are these real agricultural laboratories can now fucking come in and play. Okay? So they can now start getting some of these things that are applicable, such as originally, Steep Hill. I was originally working with Halent before they merged with Steep Hill, because Halent was the researchers out of UC Davis that were doing all the research for the agricultural companies. So they were doing the full spectrums on pesticides, herbicides, etc. So we had the top 22 so that we could start screening immediately. So hopefully this regulation, and I'm hoping in the positive sense, is that it will open it up so that we will be able to, let's challenge everybody and see what's in your shit. Let's make sure that what the labeling is what it says it is. If you're going to do it on our cannabis, we should be able to do it on your nutrients and the other things so that, you know, they are going to allow for organic certification, so we got to have access to proper organic nutrients, as well as they're going to have to be able to come into your garden and certify. And remember, 2-year certification for organic certification before you can use the term organic. If not, it's a $10,000 fine per use of the word. So don't mess around. But at the same time, agreed, we need to know what's in the cannabis, because I don't want to give Preston anything bad.
We need to know what's in the nutrients before we even know what's in the cannabis. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these nutrients are for sale. What's in them?
Yeah, what is
Most unregulated.
ATN, how are they going to get past the USDA owning or trademarking the term organic and not allowing anything that's not federally accepted to be classified as organic? Are they going to go back to the clean green certification like they have been in California?
I think California's going to come out with organic certification. California should stand up and say, hey, this is organic. They also have their own organic certification, so they can say, yeah, you know, we're doing it at the state level because that's where the feds, you know, they let the states handle it. So they have made sure, if you look at the law, we encompass and now fall under all those, all applicable organizations. So from the agriculture to pesticides, we fall under all those regulations. So we need to know, and they need to provide, you know, companies what we're dealing with properly, as well as I would anticipate people like Remo and other companies like Advance coming out, you know, and pushing those cannabis-specific lines of nutrients. If they aren't already. So, you know, it's going to have ripples across the entire board.
Can I say something? Robert Clark, when he was with me last time, was one of the things he was really concerned about in concentrates or in extracts, I should say, is that there were growth hormones and specific nutrients that he felt were harmful because they pass through and they get all the way into our blood system, even if we smoke them. And he gave me a list of the nutrients that actually contain them, and we should make them available. I'll go look through my email for next week. I'll have that information because that was something I was putting in my new book, Grow Medicine, actually.
Let's post that in the Hash Church group as well, so people can see. Yeah, it would be good if each Hash Church. I'll try to start a thread in each episode. You know, Hash Church 51, and then what we discussed can kind of go under that, and that way we don't dilute the group with 100 different posts about the same thing. Welcome, Tony. You made it in.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Oh, just having some intense conversation about California and Canada, and then getting into we were talking to Preston, a patient who was discussing the importance of not only organic food but organic cannabis as well, and then we got to talking a little bit about how it would be great if we tested all these nutrients as often as we test the cannabis. Like, not as often, but just test them, have those available. You know, it would be great as a grower to be able to go into knowing what your results are going to be by having already tested the nutrients rather than waiting, putting a bunch of different products on there and then testing it afterwards. It seems a little silly to me.
Yeah, I mean, with those standards, there's that's how they do it in a lot of other industries. You should continue the testing through the whole product line, you know?
And even at the start, right, before you give something to a product, it would be great to just have that full breakdown sheet of exactly what's going on in there. And, you know, what do you got there? Some goop?
Dude, I don't even know. I went to next level. You know when it gets like 3, 4 in the morning? You're like, oh, I'm going to work on a new texture. I had all these, like, beautiful little glass jars ready to go.
Nice.
With the strain name and everything, and I was thinking this was going to become a butter, and then I've been working on a taffy.
It looks like a taffy, man.
Watch this shit, dude. I think there's too many terps. So
yeah, it's got that terp.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch. Look at that. It's still stuck together.
Is that some of your string theory? That's what you should call it.
I mean, I can't package it. It's super taffy. People are asking for the taffy. look at it. I don't know. I'm gonna try to put it on parchment right now.
The Laffy Taffy.
It's unreal. It's a solventless taffy.
Solventless.
So I wanted to jump back over to Mark Scaldone for a second here. I just like Horatio, I do a lot of post-process filtration, secondary solvent filtration, and so I see all of these different constituents coming out from the different producers that I'm getting material from, and you know I've got a lot of them on filters, you know, borosilicate filters that I use, thanks to a tip from Horatio. But I would love to have these things tested, and you know, last week you offered to you know, send some stuff over, send whatever over, and I've got a bunch of different things that have come out different ways on the filter that are the lipid fractions with these different things that that Horatio is talking about in there. You know, so we'll have reds and we'll have, you know, all kinds of different colors that are represented. Is that something you'd be interested in testing, Mark?
Absolutely, dude. Hit me up offline for sure. Absolutely, yes.
So here's something that goes out to Jeff and Horatio, Tony, and anyone else that's you know, processing these things and coming up with, you know, these things that you discover. And I just wonder, and it's a question for the whole room and even all the chat people. Do we not owe it to the patients and to ourselves and to our community to expose those things rather than try to protect our business interests and be quiet about them when we see these fucked up things show up on the plate? And it's like, oh, well, that's my buddy's company, I don't want to say anything. And oh, that's my buddy's extractor. Oh, that's my buddy's nutrients. That's my buddy's whatever it is. Don't we owe it to ourselves to sort of discuss these things, get that list from Rob Clark and talk about it on Hash Church, find out what the hell you're seeing in those colors from Mark Scaldone, and call the companies out so that they see we're not calling you out to put you out of business. We're calling you out to make you a better business.
Man, we called our own company out this week. We found we had rosin and it tested positive for E. coli. And rather than just bearing the result and saying, oh, we're not going to put this stuff out on the market, which we didn't, none of it made it to the patients, right? There was a test that was done beforehand. But, you know, instead of doing that, we researched it, looked into it, and called ourselves out and said the industry really needs to look at what they're doing and make sure that the products that they're putting out there for the patients are actually safe. And we're not doing any water extraction processing right now because we don't have what we think of as a safe method to ensure that the bacteria is not going to grow in the presence of the water. And, you know, I mean, it's things that we thought were safe before. We've proven that they're not, and so we have to take that as a responsibility to expose that to the world so that everybody will follow the proper methods in the future. And that's what we think, you know. Yeah.
Well,
so
I'm seeing what's happening with that is there's going through recalls. I saw a recall in the state of Maine. I saw a recall of Mahatma products in Colorado. So it also seems to be going through the regular product chain as well as how things are dealt with. And not only that, it appears in the media. That's how I read about it, is that, you know, I think a distributor in Maine had a product that had something on it, and they had to actually pull it from and then contact the members. Now, how it actually got tested after it got out to members, I don't know. But at the same time, you figure it should be or it would be tested before it actually goes out to the patient.
Right. Well, it's interesting. I definitely think that it's a good thing. It's definitely one of the things that seems to be the natural mission statement of Hash Church, that we just, whatever it is we're talking about it to expose the bad and discover the good. And we're definitely not out to put anyone out of business or to, you know.
Some nature is happening right now in California. Right now, the outdoor capital for a lot of people, which is Calaveras County, is burning, and then Lake County, which is also another large outdoor growing community here in California. What was it, 9,000 acres in 24 hours, which is the fastest growing, pardon me, 40,000 acres for Lake County within 24 hours. It started yesterday, it's not even 24 hours, it started yesterday at 3:30 in the afternoon. So a lot of these areas are huge outdoor grow areas. So I wonder what sort of effect this is going to have on the market, because I know a lot of people have lost their crops or potentially have. So
I got
have a rippling effect.
I got a message from Aaron from DNA this morning, actually, that I was supposed to read. He's unfortunately unable to come to church. He wanted to say hi to everyone, and he wanted to send positive vibes for all the people who are going through rough times because of the huge fire in NorCal. Loads of my friends lost everything, and our hearts and prayers go out to everyone affected by this huge fucking fire. So thank you for reminding me of that, Etienne.
I hate to be bearer of bad news, but that's a reality that we're all facing right now. My beloved's family is actually here because they were evacuated, and they had at least 24-hour notice. In Lake County, 40,000 acres, and not even, didn't even probably, like my girlfriend said, didn't even have a half hour to gather their shit and get out. They had no time. So I can't imagine what, because there was strong winds last night, 40-mile-an-hour plus winds, and it must have fed, because Lake County is also very flat and very grassland compared to such as Calaveras County, which tended to be more wooded. But I know a lot of people around the world who grow in that area and have lost. So our condolences.
Yeah, crazy scene. We get the same thing up in British Columbia every year. We get no water in the interior for like the craziest amount of time, where all our fruit, all our peaches and plums and nectarines and such grow, and then bam, the fires start from like lightning and cigarette butts and broken glass and every other stupid fucking thing you could imagine. And it is like every year the people that live in those areas, they go on like what's, you know, first it's like the pre-evacuation. It's like, okay, you're on standby, you may have to leave. And then it gets to the forced evacuation when the fire's like across the street, and they're literally got like army dudes going door to door. And this is a place where people grow a lot of herb illegally indoors, you know, 50, 100, 200 lighters plus. And imagine you got the army rolling up to you, you're like, fuck, the fire's over there, my 200 lighters over here, the army at my front door.
That's the Murphy's law of growing, you know? Like, you're like, all right, I've got it all dialed in, nothing's going wrong, the harvest is perfect.
It's the best.
I rolled into a grow that I was checking up on, a 50 lighter I had 15 years ago, to see a forest fire around it, and fired people, police, forestry, all around this big barn was the fire. My buddies were locked inside the barn, too afraid to come out to give themselves away or whatever, because they were just fighting fire. I had to help fight fire right there. The neighbors were there, everybody. And we fought the fire, and then we had to fight the fire for 2 or 3 days, just put out little spot fires around the place ourselves. But we didn't get caught. The whole place was still going, rocking, everything like that. It was the biggest fluke I ever seen. But rolling into the driveway and seeing everything there and totally committed to keeping going, it was like I couldn't turn around and fuck off. It was pretty tense, but it was.
Yeah, that's a story that I've heard from many a friend. Just, you know, fighting the fire while the grow is going in the barn.
Yeah.
Good on you, cannabis growers, you tenacious bastards.
Yeah, but the fire is a serious thing. This year was already in in California. It was already really dry on flowers.
Yeah.
And it's real serious, man. I was in a building, and there was a fire right up to us, and we were up north, and we had to evacuate. I've had to evacuate twice in the short amount of time that I've been up there. So yeah, everyone that's out there that's listening, you know, it's a serious deal.
Fletcher says he's going to come
Don't
in.
be brave, people. Don't be brave. Fire will kill you. Get out of there. Pack your shit up. Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around with it.
The other thing, it's a big wake up call for really how, if you look at how dry California is with their water shortage. You don't really realize it until you live here, and it's like they show you a map of like drought, extreme drought area, and then it's like California, extreme drought, super dark red on the map, you know, like everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that live here. It's like the biggest state. There's like 45 million people in one state.
Come on, there's over 40 million people in Cali now?
I think so.
Holy shit. I always thought it was like 30 or 35 million, but I'm just up here in Canada, and you guys think we have one road, so.
Look, we're 75,000 here. That's all.
Let me see
75.
how much it is. I thought I remembered the latest was 40-something million.
What is it?
Well, yeah, don't you let people over the border all the time?
38.8 million.
Can I blow your mind? More than 40 million people annually visit LA alone. Yeah, only LA. Only LA. LA gets 40 million visitors annually. Just LA. Yeah, not the rest of California. I don't know how the rest of it does.
Las Vegas.
Why do so many people go to LA?
I read it once. I lived in LA. It was a tourist number that was thrown out because I was doing demographics for
Disneyland,
marketing.
you've got Universal, you've got Legoland, you've got all these things. You've got the San Diego Zoo, all that shit.
Some place called Disney, whatever that's all about.
So,
Tell us.
Well, that was 2014, 38.7 million. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at 40.
yeah, I think it's like 38 million that actually live here, and then another like 6 million that are, or 38 that are registered, and another 6 million that are not. You know, that are just like living here, that are also living in other
Yeah,
states.
that's just what's
To
documented.
be honest, there must be hella hippies up there growing weed that aren't on
That's
the
what I'm
radar.
saying. There's another 6 million out there.
Yeah. I think Tony's right. I think census and reality are definitely two different things.
Yeah, for sure.
That is for sure. A distant, or as what? How would I think it's a Terrence McKenna quote when he said reality, or I wish I could remember this quote because it's a good one. Oh well, I'm not gonna remember it. I need a dab.
So I was trying to go for this new texture, and I've got this whole new product, Bubble Man, that when you get your terps and you start messing around with them,
Yeah.
they do just crazy things when you start using them and with your SHO and stuff.
I'll play around.
I got a really good consistency though, because I just thought it was going to be a little more dry so it can go into glass, but I think it's going to go in parchment. It's a good taffy, super like exactly the texture and peel and feel of taffy. Really easy to play with.
Exciting. It's always fun to play with cannabis. Get in there, people. Get your hands dirty.
Make some hash art. Show us your
Just
best
rub your
art.
fucking eyes.
Hey, so I have an idea for that. We should do a contest on Hash Church for hash art, which I will not enter, obviously, but be part of the judging and have everyone in every category try to create their best three-dimensional hash art.
I love it.
and then maybe we can have a prize, like a real prize. You know?
This is what we'll do, Tony. The people who are the best at it will be hired for the Hashmation film that we make completely out of hash and oil, claymation style. I've been waiting to do this for over 10 years.
Okay.
Since I saw, like, I think it was snakes or something in Rob's book, like some years and years ago. He had a picture of, like, it was actually a picture that I got inspired to do, which was a bunch of different hash snakes I put in my hand and took a photo of. It was totally inspired by a photo that Rob had taken years prior.
Man, I think you were talking about that on overgrow.com. So that's like 15 years ago now, almost, right?
More even. It could be 16 plus years ago.
Yeah. Good
what
stuff.
What if we did a hash art one? We could all like collectively work on one. We can make it easy, like snowman bodies, you know, so everyone can participate. And then what happens is everyone's their own little hash snowman character, and they have their little cameras, and they have to use ghosting. There's like a little imaging software that allows you to take a picture, and it shows you the ghost, and you can keep taking it with your space bar. I mean, it's really easy, or you could do it with your camera. But have everyone create these little hash art animations that we could put together.
It would be pretty fun, dude. Like I said, I got to the point where I was even like looking at like, okay, where do people learn claymation? And like, I guess there's like, it's a type of thing at a film school. Maybe I'd start like headhunting like young puffers who are taking claymation courses.
But nobody does it. Everybody's digital now.
Listen, I'll tell you this much. No one in here could deny that if it was done properly with real claymation artists and amazing hash of different colors and varieties and oils, that it would become a cult classic if you did a proper story. And for me, you'd have to have like the prohibitionist or the mentality. The bad guy is like this giant magnifying glass. And he's just like vaporizing these little hash dudes everywhere.
So that, unfortunately, I know people, but I don't know if they want to get their fingers messy with hash. So in the production, basically, there's like this lovely town of these little hash children, hash parents, and then like the government, which is this magnifier that shows up above the mountains, and as it heads toward, lines up with the sun, everyone starts scattering and running, and doors are closing. Like every day between 12 and 3, it's siesta, dude, or else everyone's hash melts, and then like some monster comes through and smokes it all. It would be pretty good.
The wooks. Yeah. First you start hearing fish music. First you hear fish music, and they're all getting like burned and melted, and then the wooks show up over the hill, and it's just fucking... We're maybe going a little too far on this, but you know what? That's the fun of cannabis.
You guys are so fucking high.
No, it's that I've been thinking about this for 15 years, dude.
No, that's awesome. Make it a reality. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Still Grown Sal. He makes these, or has a glass blower make these cool rosin stamps. And I got one as a birthday present for myself. It's got its own little couple soil grounds in there.
I tried to invite him today. I couldn't find him on Facebook. It was like he disappeared.
Thanks, Sal. Love it.
Yeah, that's a nice little stamp right there. Oh, you got to head out, Preston? Well, thank you so much for coming and sharing your story with us, dude.
There's like a Bronco game on. Got to get ready for that. So I don't even like football today. All right, bye.
Peace, brother. Anyone else need to leave for the football game?
Well, speaking of those hash animations again.
Yes.
I would like to make sure that there are certain standards, like you have to work on hair. Could you imagine if like you had like the taffy hair or the hash dready hair on the little ball face, and then Horatio could use his limonene to like make it look like it's sweating, like
hey,
it was.
Tony, how about a clear dome afro?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, so we're talking about characters for this hash show. All right, so there's this Hashy Larry guy that comes through, and he's got hair, but it's all dog hairs that got stuck in the hash processing. So his hair is dog hairs, and like his belly's covered with those mysterious black dots that show up in oil. All the different things from our world could be characters, and he would be like, "Hey man, I just do 2-bounce. I'm not into that fucking carding shit," and that's why he's so filthy.
He's all got capitate stalks sticking out of him everywhere.
No head.
He's wearing a T-shirt that says 99%, of course.
That's pretty funny, dude.
These are going to be characters people are going to make and have a good fun doing it.
No, I can guarantee you people will be contacting me after this, and they'll be like, Bubble Man, I've been in claymation for 17 years, and I'm a fan of the show.
I've been without a job for 8 years because everything went digital.
No shit. People aren't really doing the good. You know what? We need to hire the people that did that fucking chicken story.
I think that was all digital too.
No, they did it with claymation. I do claymation. I have a degree in printmaking and lithography and art, and yeah, somehow I don't apply it much now. But it would be fun to apply in some actual hash art. That would be fun.
We welcome a new guest, Hannah. Did someone send Hannah the link?
Yeah, she's the lady that tried to come in. She's the mom of a patient that I wanted you to hear about autism. She tried to come in last week, and technical difficulties. So now she's. I've been working with her for an hour to get her in.
Well, we welcome her. She's still, her camera and her microphone are turned off, but if you can hear us, Hannah, welcome. We hope you get through your technical difficulties. It'd be great to hear from you.
Oh, I think she is now. If she's showing up, there she is.
Perfect.
So she's on her phone, and we could unmute her.
I can try. Sometimes people have to do it themselves. It's weird. Let me see what I got here. Hannah. Yeah, it looks like she'll have to unmute herself.
Yeah, I was trying to tell. She was going to share a patient story. So you asked me if I knew anyone that wanted to share a story, and there is someone that does.
Well, anytime she can get her mic unmuted, we welcome her to Hash Church.
You're so funny.
Am I?
And you know that like so many guests have technical problems. Like remember when Grindspoon was like first came on, it was like all this technical stuff, and like he was like, I'll get it next week, and we were all like, oh man, okay. Let's see here. Open capture.
That's like when you take pictures of the room.
Open capture?
Yeah, open capture is, she has to go up to the microphone at the top of the screen and just push that, and then it should unmute. I have something, Kid Kush. He's saying I need Team Viewer. What I have is Control Room, and generally it usually gives me control. But right now, I can't even see Hannah, Tony. It just shows me Snoopy and like a cute little number that he met back in the day.
Yeah, I know. So. Cute little number.
I just like to make people laugh. I have to say, when I see Todd smile or like Horatio, because they have like serious like resting faces. When they're resting, they have serious faces. And so whenever they smile, I'm like, yeah, the light got turned on. Woo!
Well, it is pretty funny. I didn't even realize what the picture was. It is like a little, Snoopy's got like this little female where he's holding her hand and running with her or dancing or something.
Yep. He's got himself I won't say it.
A dame?
I think he's got, yeah.
I was going to say a cute little bitch, but I won't say it. Oh, I said it.
So I'm going to have to figure out what to do.
Make it work. Figure it out. We'd love to hear from Hannah. And persistency, remember? We had it with Jessica. She was having a hell of a time. It's always the phone, and it's the settings, and I wish I knew exactly what it was. I should get myself like a troubleshooting guy, because Well, it's always a bummer when we want to hear from someone and we're unable to figure it out. But in the meantime, Hash Church 51 in session. Congregation is live. It is Sunday morning.
I'm gonna get some grape ghost terps for the occasion. I'll be back.
All right, Great Ghost Terps it is. Here comes the terps.
Here come the terps. Here come the terps. Here come the terps.
Man, we love the terps. Whole plants. Frozen. But 100 people asked me where I got this shirt, so I should say it. It's at the Terp Shop. Go check it out. Go tell him Bubble Man sent you, and you need a Terp shirt. He's got some other options. It's good. Can Sasquatch...
Mark, is your feed better?
My feed?
Sorry, Mark Scaldone. Is your feed better to finish up on that point about what types of molecules lipids are good for binding to when precipitating out lipids? Like, that's kind of why it answers Bubbleman's point of, like, when you find stuff, how come you don't call it out? And I'm like, well, because we don't know if we're talking out our ass. It's just a color. I don't know everything about plants, but now I have a chemist to say yes, yay or nay, and now I'm like, oh shit, he's saying there's a possibility of yay. Well, now my whole platter is a whole new question.
Well, he's doing better than that. He's offered everyone weeks ago, if not months, that he'll test your shit. I don't understand why you don't send him those little filters and
if
get
they have THC in them, we're in trouble. If they do contain, and lipids can, and some lipid fractions I've seen contain THC. And
well,
if I particularly...
then.
Well, Jeff, I pretty much, because CO2 is very similar to limonene in the things it fractions out, Jeff can basically represent a lot of that safely between the three of us. So I'd love for Jeff to step up and make the transit of a lot of things that, like I said, could contain THC, because we don't want to lose our Dr. Mark for accepting wild substances.
No, and I can't do that. But the question is what kind of metals are we looking for? So we're looking for the bad actors like mercury, cadmium. Is that, I mean, in terms of heavy metal contamination, what in particular are you looking for?
In my case, I came across it as a color in my lipids that I've never seen before. I let all my lipids oxidize and watch the transition, because a lot of things will look good but then go completely rancid. And I'm like, contains something that was going to go off. So in the case of this, it came out metallic gray. And I'm like, that's not a color I know, and it's only time I knew the nutrients that went into the plant. And I'm like, that plant nutrient line has a history of, you could say, we think there's metals, there's known metals. In Canada, I can't prove it as easily as if it has a matching product in the States. But it's a rumor. So when I see a color that is metallic, I'm like, now I have to find out, is cadmium this color? Is mercury this color? I don't know, so I start with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I don't know if it's coming from the nutrients or coming from the soil, or where would the source of the heavy metal contamination come from, because that's going to determine what kind of metals you may or may not be looking for or be concerned with.
Potentially both. Potentially both. We know cannabis is a phytoremediative plant and can absorb heavy metals out of soils. So any contaminants that are in the soils that you're using could be absorbed into the plant. And we definitely know that nutrient companies are not all going organic, and there's a variety of things in there for certain, just like Todd just mentioned, that we might want to consider avoiding. Particularly when concentrating, because when we concentrate both the good and the bad, and so it's best to get rid of that bad first and just concentrate the good.
Yeah, well, again, don't be fooled by color, because just because it has a metallic color doesn't necessarily mean that there's a metal in there. You know, a very, very small amount of material can grossly color a large amount of material, depending on what's referred to as the extinction coefficient. So when you're looking at this material and you think that it's metal, I mean, are some sort of qualitative tests that you can apply. There's various flame tests that you can look for in the literature, where if you take a copper wire and you dip it in the material and then you put it in like a Bunsen burner flame, it'll change the color of the flame depending on the type of metal that's in there. So I know, like for sodium, for example, sodium tends to burn very, very bright yellow. So if you see a bright yellow color, you could assume that there's some sodium in there. And the sensitivity of that is extremely it's extremely sensitive method. It's actually the basis of something called atomic absorption spectroscopy, where basically they look at the color of the flame and they're able to determine from the intensity of the color itself the amount of heavy metal that's in there. There's also something called ICP, which is an ion-coupled method, where essentially they're again looking at how the in this case or any kind of metal like copper or any other metal like iron are easily detectable down to the ppm levels. But I'm not actually concerned about those kinds of metals, because those are metals that you can look at more as minerals or nutrients that are part of the soil that are absolutely beneficial to the biotic life that has to exist in the soil in order for the plants to be healthy. And so all of those microbes and fungi that exist in the soil all require different metals at various concentrations to do a lot of different enzymatic chemistry that's absolutely required to the health of the plant.
Well, I guess a two-part response. So I guess on the one side, I guess me and Jeff would agree, when you get a plant that's been grown cleanly, the lipids come out blonde and they'll oxidize to a light orange. So that's kind of why I'm like, within a range of 150 fractions, coming up with gray and knowing that the plants come from something grown from advanced nutrients, I'm like, I don't have enough information to call someone out. Now, second part, now everyone that's listening to it's like, what? There's a test. Could they use their torch and strip a piece of copper from an electric wire and be able to test things like the reclaim and any substance that, even the stuff on their nail, and look for discolorations in the flame pattern? Or is a Bunsen burner propane required? Is it like
yeah,
a
I mean,
specific
absolutely.
gas?
I don't know if you've ever seen bright little hot spots on your nail where it'll like almost like glow bright yellow or bright orange. Typically that's a sodium or some type of salt like that that's essentially found its way onto the nail surface, and all you're doing again is just exciting the metal by heating it up, and that's why it's sort of glowing when you see those little starry specks on your nail from time to time. But no, I think there's a lot of literature that's on the web that's known about this, about colorimetric indications of metals, where you could again use indicators, typical indicators that you can use, like the indicator that you use to check the pH on your pool. They have other indicators that check essentially the concentration of metals, essentially for water testing and water remediation. So those types of tests are quite routine, and then quite routine in, from what I understand, in the industry in Colorado, because water has to be routinely tested.
So that could be applied to bubble hash water. Like the mixing could actually, when you go back and test the water, you're like, holy shit, I washed off heavy metals. This batch is bunk. Don't waste the dryer's time.
Absolutely, yes, yes. And also, I'll go back to a point that Jeff was bringing up before, it could also be tested for bacterial contamination as well. Because again, if you have any kind of soluble carbon, any kind of bacteria would love to live on that. And essentially you have water, if the temperature is right, you have soluble carbon, you're going to have bacterial contamination. It's a race to get that product to the market before essentially it fouls to where it can be detected.
Yeah, I mean that's what we found. You know, there was a small amount of contamination that was on the flowers or on the trim that had
Everywhere.
actually come in, but because of the water present on the hashish while it was drying, it had this crazy bloom, and that's why we tested positive. I mean, it was, we really, we would have had a hard time to test positive with the material. So that's, yeah, got to be careful with your process.
Brett Maverick's asking, would the heavy metals only be a concern on edible products, or do they vaporize when you dab?
Now, they don't vaporize when you dab, but they will create salts that essentially will reside on the nail. I mean, the metal itself will not vaporize. It's very rare that you actually get a metal salt that will vaporize, but you are talking about a very, very high temperature, and what ends up forming in terms of degradation product on the nail surface will be mixtures of metals and metal oxides from those small amount of degradation products in each of the dabs.
I was going to ask, oxide-wise, because like you're like saying, okay, well, it won't vaporize. I'm like, well, what about the other components in it that are now available? Because if anybody hits a wretched dab, you know, as that nail keeps smoking, if you hit it again, it's even worse, and it's not a medicinal compound you're huffing. So if you put salt on the nail, what would you be vaporizing that would be dangerous if it's not the metal itself? Because I remember titanium dioxide being an issue with people roasting their nails, so I can think about all the types of contaminants that would carry through and then roast.
Yeah, well, all the metals are going to form oxide surfaces at the surface. When you heat them up in the presence of air, you can't keep that from happening. And again, now you throw the mix of different molecules from the extract in there, and you know, God only knows. I mean, you're going to do a lot of chemistry to basically pyrolyze a lot of the non-volatile constituents, Horatio, like the lipids and whatnot, that again don't undergo the transition from solid to vapor. They would rather decompose, and where these lipids have degrees of unsaturation, when those are heated up to a certain temperature in the presence of oxygen, they undergo a radical fragmentation pathway and generate much smaller molecules. And some of those molecules are pretty nasty molecules. They're acrolein and acrylic acid derivatives that end up forming essentially cross-linked polymers, because as you form the molecules themselves, they're at such a high temperature that they immediately react with other molecules that are in there. And so I think a lot of that black crud that you find on the nail surface is a lot of that polymerization, oxidative degradation, degradate that, you know, doesn't become volatile, but essentially just becomes a layer of soot and carbon that lines the nail surface.
Just one last point, because you brought up literally the science to an experience. Now, that polymerization, there are times when people give me these dabs that you're like, oh my God, what did you spray directly in my mouth? Is it wax or is it polymers? Or have the waxes turned to polymers? Because it gets on your teeth to the point of scraping, and I'm like, I don't understand what you extracted, but that'll kill me if I get that deep in my lungs. I won't be able to cough it up.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I think, you know, based on some of the structures I've seen of the rosins that people have been making and posting on Facebook and Instagram, I'm thinking that there's actually a unique polymer that's forming in that process to make the rosin itself. I think that if you look at the materials and you look at the way that they have a lot of flex and rubbery characteristics, those can be very similar to small molecular weight cross-link networks where these things essentially are reacting with one another. Ultimately, that's not their thermodynamic testing place, because when you vaporize them on a nail at a much higher temperature, they decompose. But I think what they do is they somehow coagulate or create some type of cross-link network that is a low energy pathway for them out when you do the pressing of the bud to actually squeeze that out. Like Mark's pointed out before, and I think we sort of surmise this, it's sort of a micro steam distillation, but once the water leaves the pitcher, what you have is basically a bunch of fat-soluble material that was carried out of the plant by the plume of water that no longer exists, so this stuff just coagulates and it locks together. And I'm not convinced that it isn't a polymerization reaction that's actually being formed there to form some kind of new polymer in rosin. So, but I think the high molecular weight stuff that forms, that leaves the crud on the nail, is mostly degradation product from lipids and whatever is not volatilizing. So your cannabinoids and your terpenes are long gone. This is sort of the soot and the resin that's kind of like left behind.
Mm.
To answer your question, Mark, about what heavy metals we're looking for and where the possible sources of that, a lot of organic nutrients in general, not being a nutrient in a bottle, but just raw fishbone meal or crab meal. Those things are known in the ocean to have higher concentrations of mercury, and then you're taking that, concentrating it, then letting your soil break it down. So things like mercury, cadmium, lead from plastics, any of those things are the main concerns and sources, in my opinion, of that. And those metals are dangerous, and they're not, being organic or inorganic doesn't get you away from it, no matter, either way.
Yeah, and it's funny because the only material that's approved for organic fungicide treatment is actually not organic at all. It's inorganic. It's copper and sulfur. So copper and sulfur, by definition, are not organic, because organic is something that's supposed to have carbon in it. So I find that that's pretty just ironic from just a sort of a classification point of view. But you're absolutely right. Those are the four metals that you want to be concerned with. So if we review them again, they're mercury, cadmium, lead, and what was the other one?
Aluminum.
Aluminum's not the bad one, but so it's cadmium, mercury, lead, and I know osmium's really bad, but we don't usually find osmium in here. There's a fourth one. You had mentioned it.
It could be, I don't know, I forget which one I said.
Okay, the lead, mercury, cadmium, and then the fourth one. Yeah, so all of these can come from soil contamination, certainly come from groundwater contamination as well. I mean, one of the big concerns...
You could have arsenic in some of these organic things as well,
Absolutely. So I think that's the fourth one is arsenic, which typically exists in its anionic form, which is arsenate, which is highly mobile through the soil, and in fact is one of the byproducts of the degradation of pressure-treated lumber. Pressure-treated lumber for years was treated with chromated copper arsenate, and so it had chromium and arsenic in it.
Chromium too.
Yeah, a lot of that was leaching out of landfills and into groundwater supply. But I think that just like with mold and just like with metals, I mean, these are issues that the industry is going to have to deal with, because you cannot be putting essentially concentrated product where you're concentrating these nasties into a product where people are going to consume. This is an issue that has to be dealt with.
Right. It's not like, oh, you're doing it wrong just because you are this. It's something that we have to continually work through, and also because we're producing a product that's being smoked, not eaten or just handled by someone or whatever.
Right.
It becomes even more and more important, I think, because you have the chemical changes that occur with heat and then vaporization, and in the case of smoking, just incineration. So, all those things become either benign or potentially even worse, depending on what processes you're using and how you're smoking it, how you're consuming it. Each of those could potentially have different health effects and in different time periods, based on, like, if you eat lots of lead, it may be a lot worse than smoking it, for all I know, if you're really into edibles or something.
Yeah, well, and again, if you think about your lifetime exposure to lead, I mean, lead was used in paint for, almost a half a century, and so for people who are exposed to lead over their lifetime, again, if you're going to have it in something that you're actually consuming, like food or cannabis, certainly it's going to be a lot worse than just coming in contact with just paint that's on the wall. But it's in our environment, and we have to understand what the protocols are for assessing these types of levels of contamination. But more importantly, how do we deal with How do we deal with a contaminated crop when you've put a lot of time and investment into something that now is contaminated? What do you do at that point?
Well, and going into the lead and something that you put in your mouth all the time, the whole vaporizer pens, unregulated plastics manufacturing in China. I mean, I don't know if you guys know anything about plastics made in China, but it's very common for them to use all these heavy metals, lead particularly, as a filler for a lot of plastics. So, I mean, you know, something you're going to put in your mouth 20 times in a day, and not to mention smoking from this device, and Lord knows what else is in there. I mean, that, you know, those vape pens, the fact that they're made out of plastic and unregulated plastics, that is a major concern for exactly what you're saying as well.
Man, we just bring up all the good news on Hash Church. You should be worried, though, you know? I mean, these are things that you're using daily. Some people are using with compromised immune systems or sickness in their body. So it's like, yeah, just make it as good. Just like the water that you drink. Don't you want to drink the best water? Sure, some people drink really terrible, you know, heavy metal contaminated waters that are leached out with plastic bottles, the whole 9 yards. But then there's other people who are really inspired to, you know, get that artesian spring water out of the mountain or get some clean form of water. And I don't think it's too different when it comes to food or when it comes to cannabis. Food and cannabis and water, I just want them to be as clean and as petrochemical free as possible.
And I don't care who it is. I seriously doubt anyone wants to suck on a lead lollipop, you know.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. No, these are a lot of things that even over the course of the last 20 years, although I've thought of them here and there, it's nice to get discussions about them going and really have a dialogue with a variety of people from a variety of places that all have sort of different passions, but you know, fueled by the same plant. I think it's really quite a bonus to just be able to. This Hash Church in particular, there's been some really great knowledge dropped in regards to, I hope that people take that information and use it, you know, to expose and to understand and to let people know that, you know, you're not going to be able to get away with this in the very near future. And I think it's why the regulations, you know, testing could be construed as a regulation, you know, having to test versus not having to test. And I think that's one of the regulations that is a good one, because people are not honest. A lot of people use the kindness of the cannabis community, wolves in sheep's clothing, to sort of get in and you know, take advantage of the easiest to take advantage of, the cannabis passionate advocate. You know, who's easier to take advantage of than us?
Well, actually, Colton Mom was complaining this week that somebody had got close to Colton, hung out with him, and wondered about his dosage and his medicine, and then turned around and tried to sell that information right back to the family as well as to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was calling out people for, you know, sucking up to Colton and having him, you know, tell honestly. And she says he'll continue to help people openly and freely, but, you know, it's a shame that people will, you know, take advantage of patients even in this day and age, and they still do. Happened this week.
Well, I mean, in that kind of the medical system we live in anymore?
No, the biggest profitable industry is pharmaceutical company, and this is why I think that we've been fucked for so long now, and it bothers me because, you know, it's why we didn't tell the story of, I mean, I love The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and it was a catalyst for me getting into a lot of this, but, you know, I think it was crony capitalism that really ushered in a lot of the oppression we were dealt after World War II. And it was all these corporations working in collusion to fuck off our rights because profits were their #1 priority. And pharmaceutical companies, oil companies, they all got big passes. You know, tobacco companies got exempt from everything the FDA passed in order to protect us. And it's obnoxious when you look at the way they skirted regulation simply because they had so much money and organization.
Well, someone was going to take over the world after World War II. It's just whoever won.
Halliburton. Just kidding. No, yeah, GE, all those big corporations, you know, once they were working together and putting politicians in place, we had no chance, I think. Washington, D.C. became just a fucking ring of whores.
You know, and no disrespect to the sex workers.
And don't forget about the industrial military complex. It's rather complex.
Hey, we never really talked about, I remember David Malmo Levine, and I sent him a link, but I don't think he's around right now. It would have been great to hear from him. I remember him years ago writing an article about radioactive nutrients, nutrients with things that are radioactive in them. And I wonder, between that and the amount of commercial growers who, and maybe this is not possible, but from what I know about tobacco and the half-life of radium-226 and how it breaks into chemicals and how they stick to you, and that's why you can smell them, I just wonder of the plant's ability. We know it has phytoremediative properties. It can remove radioactive nucleotides out of the soil. And I wonder if people understand that that is also a potential possibility, that these things could be getting concentrated into your flowers. Depending on what kind of nutrients you're using. I would really love to get a list, along with the list that Todd spoke of earlier from Rob, and get these posted into Hash Church. So if anyone has any information on different things, I'm not looking to like just bash on companies. I would rather find out what companies are using, and then we could potentially raise the fact that, hey, we would like it if you didn't use that anymore. We're the customers, we're the people who will buy your product. Could you please stop using that? Most of these companies, when they have these exposures like that, they'll generally, remove that sort of product from the product. I've seen it happen before. It's just a matter of people knowing about it and talking about it.
Well, I do have a list of every known contaminant that's been found in cannabis that's been published on the internet and in books. It's about 10 or 11 pages.
Well, that's great. You should throw that up in the group for starters.
I mean, the thing is with most of these nutrients is most of the nutrients out there in terms of bottled stuff are generally the same products. It literally is just the PGR that they add to their nutrients, or these small concentrations of chemicals that make their plants grow different. And that's why, like, if you ever, I'm not going to pick on company names, but there's certain nutrient lines out there where every plant grows the same from it, right? It doesn't matter what variety, they all produce the same type of bud structure, same type of stem growth. And, that wouldn't happen if it was just calcium nitrate or just your salts. There's some type of growth regulator in there.
For sure.
We were discussing this last night, Mark. Somebody brought a Canaline bud and then brought their general hydroponic, and they're like, it's the same clone. I'm like, I don't understand. One is sweet and fruity, and one is getting on a motorbike, diesel, OG Kush. Are you saying that with the how many people say, well, it's been working for 25 years? Is the cannabis plant like profile? I feel like when I read something on Leafly, I'm reading a description of what cannabis will be like on general hydroponic nutrients. I'm not reading the genetic potential of the plant and its terpene profiles. Because when he showed me that, I'm like, I wouldn't even consider these the same strain, dude. And I know you're showing me the same cut, but it's like ridiculously different profile.
Horatio, I'd like to point out back like 20 years ago, I had the same kind of astounding. I was working with Serious Seeds and actually at Positronics, and they were both Posi sold clones openly, and I mean a ton of them. And then Serious, they grew their cannabis both hydroponically and organically, because at the time coffee shops marketed a bio and a hydro menu. So they just wanted to, you were walking in there and you wanted hydro, they wanted good buds of Cali Mist on the menu because it was a marketing value for the seeds, because they were hoping you'd buy the seeds. And we would pass out clones to our organic growers and our hydro growers, and we get that stuff back, and it would look, even though I was there, and I know they got the same cuts, two racks of cuts, didn't matter who got which rack because they all came from the same mothers. They would come back with pot looking completely different, and it really was astounding, because it showed me that a lot of it is fit and finish, because this is where it gets weirder. A lot of times, I would say 8 out of 10 times, the hydro people came back with the better looking bud, period. It seemed to be like they got everything better, or the hydro companies made sure all the nutrients were there because it was an inert medium to start with, so the plants got, basically, if the person was paying attention, a better diet. The organic ones were really relying on the soil, and if the soil's composition was inconsistent or not that high quality, it wouldn't pay off for them. They would have to supplement nutrients, even though the stuff was called all mix. And it didn't really matter, though, because I watched dirt-grown cannabis literally win the 1996 Cannabis Cup in the hydroponic division, and it was NL5 by Hayes that Greenhouse had purchased and then retitled as NL5 Hayes by Mist. And you know, I knew it because I helped trim it. And when I went to go buy some of it, the guy that was working there at the time, Scotty, or Shanty Baba now, says to me, you know, dude, we're entering it. That stuff came out so good. And I was like, I know. That's why I want some. And he was like, well, you know, wish us luck. And it won. It won them the hydro division because people didn't really, you can't tell. I mean, people, all these experts, they were telling me, oh, I'm not going to smoke that, Todd. It's in the hydro. It's not organic. And I'm like, you're idiots, okay? I watched the guy grow it. He buys this shit at Posse. He clear watered it, believe it or not, for 10 weeks. And he didn't even add other chemicals. So to me, it's a lot of fit and finish in the way that the grower handles it, finishes it, and then handles it after he dries it. Because this is where it falls apart for most people. They don't understand relative humidity. They don't understand how to actually get the gases, which is oxygen and moisture, out of the plant, and then how to capture some of the terpenes. They either dry too fast or they, you know, don't dry long enough. They don't let the chlorophyll get out. It's not that smooth. I mean, a lot of people that grow cannabis are just in a hurry to get rid of it. And I hope that changes because, you know, when you have cannabis that has been not just dried properly but cured for months, it's so pleasurable, you know, so pleasurable. And that's where I hope it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends, you know, I've grown hydro and soil side by side, same strain, same clones for many, many years. And I still have friends that talk about some of my hydro batches from 10 years ago in Rockwell just because from the consumer standpoint, it looks frostier, it's you know, fatter buds, that everything's like vibrant green, and like you said, it has to do with availability of nutrients to the soil, or to the roots, excuse me. If the roots have a free-for-all choice and you're constantly giving them anything they could ever want, the plant's going to grow itself to a standard that it whatever it's really wanting in your environment. Whereas with the soil, it's limited to the availability of whatever nutrients the soil is breaking down and making available to the soils or to the roots.
You know, I would like to say they have a better control of the pH in their root zone because really what happens is the uptake of the nutrients is really what's happening because, you know, everyone, look, the nutrients don't only do half the work. You have photosynthesis that does the other half of the work when we're really having this conversation about, you know, what's going on in there. And if your root zone is in soil and that soil has the wrong pH, it's fucking with you. And if the plant can't uptake its nutrients in its correct pH zone, it's one more disadvantage for the plant, if that makes sense. You know, and I want to say a lot of people don't get flushing. A lot of people have no fucking clue what they're talking about, and they try to brag about, you know, it's like purging. I did 100 hours of purging. Waste of time. And then they're like, I did 2 weeks of flushing. Waste of time. And really, when you think that a plant that takes 10 weeks only flowers for really strong 6 of the 10 weeks, because the flowers don't really come in to week 3 or 4, you're cutting off like almost 20 to 30% of its lifetime's food. And why? Because certain fruits actually are flushed of the excess sugars left in the plant because it'll help them taste sweeter if you do this. And a plant doesn't have salts built up inside, it has sugars built up inside. And what Simon, of all people, Serious Seeds, because I asked Rob Clark, doesn't flush. Trichome Technologies, doesn't flush. I asked fucking other guy, Simon, doesn't flush at Serious Seeds. And a lot of the people, when I ask them, they're like, it's silly. And if you really want to flush, feed all the way up to the end, give them nutrients, let the resin express themselves, let the trichromes fill up, and then if you really want to, cut them off from their base, stick them in a bucket of clean water, and let them just suck up water for a few days, and literally like a stick of celery, it will actually transpire it out. It'll burn off the excess sugars that are inside that bud if you really want to do it, and then cure it and tell me if you think that's better from when you just cut it down. Because I don't think that it's going to improve that much because we don't eat it like it's a grape. We don't eat it like it's a sweet fruit, you know? So this is really where it kind of changes out. It's the starches, I believe, they want to get out when they're really trying to flush a fruit.
Well, I think you're making a great point, but I think what a lot of people perceive as being flushing what they're doing, they're not actually doing it all. You can add 1,000,000 gallons of water to your soil. If the roots are unable to eat through the nutrients stored in the soil or the salts that are built up in your soil, it'll never flush. So if your plant is at, let's say, 8 weeks in flower, and you give it straight water, or it dried out, or the roots weren't that healthy in the first place, it doesn't matter how much water you run through it, the plant's still not going to flush, because flushing is technically the plant eating through stored nutrients in itself, right? Now the plant will look like it's eating through the stored nutrients in itself, even if the medium is completely locked out with salts. It's 100% possible that if your pH is so whacked off that phosphorus is unavailable to the plant, you'll start getting purple looks on the leaf, and some guy will be like, yeah, that's flushing for sure. It's really not. The pH is so low that phosphorus is unavailable, and the plant is asking for phosphorus, actually asking for food, and unable to get it, right? And that looks like flushing, but it's actually nutrient lockout, right?
Right, and you could do that being out of the wrong pH range.
And you're right, and that's what people who are like, oh, I flushed my shit for 3 weeks and it still burns black. That's why, is because the plant never actually ate through anything. You actually had a salt buildup that the root system was so unhealthy it was unable to eat through, even within itself, much less the medium it's in. And that's why, like, flushing with rock wool is so easy, because it's a non-porous medium, so it holds no nutrients. So when you flush water through rock wool, it actually flushes nutrients out, whereas a lot of other mediums it doesn't. I mean, not 100% if you have salt buildup, but if it's a small block in a big plant, there's only so much nutrients that can be stored in a 4-inch block with a 2.5-foot plant coming out of it.
Well, that's all solid information right there, dude. Thank you for sharing.
I put my list up of contaminants on the Facebook.
Great, thank you, Etienne. People can go check that out if they like. Good conversation. This is the sort of thing we need to be sharing on Hash Church.
You know, I actually did flush for a little while, because, you know, when I heard others doing it, I was like, well, you know, fuck. But when I asked Rob, because I always go back to people that are smarter than me, because I think I'm just learning every day. I'm just learning about this, you know, and you know, that's why maybe I asked more than one person, because, you know, and it's funny, because when I got a consensus of people that are really professional growers, you know, Simon Schmidt went to school because he thought he would get a job in the tulip industry. When he got out, you know, be a big greenhouse operator, and then he was like, ganja. So I think it's great applied technologies, but when you ask experts, and Simon gave me the best answer, which was, you know, cut them out, let them suck up water if you really want to purge it, and then just let it go until they faint. People can do it with buds. I do it all the time, cut it out, leave it on my desk. It looks pretty. You know, do a full flush of a bud and see if it burns any different from the stuff you didn't do. But I'd say this too, if you feed all the way up to the end of the plant's life, you're going to get better resin expressed. You're going to get better trichromes. You're going to get more terps. You know, starving it isn't going to help.
No. But it will, I will say that certain types of induced stress that we do on purpose as cannabis cultivators. I mean, if you actually do nitrate or nitrogen leaf sampling and stuff, you know, when you grow plants, I had a friend that used to grow everything by testing the leaf samples up in Mendo every year. And he always had the fattest nuggets, and they were, I mean, you know, arm-sized colas everywhere. But it rarely was some of the tastiest herb, and it wasn't as curing or anything. It had to do with that he was growing for biomass and biomass alone, right? It wasn't actually about trichomes or anything like that to him. He just wanted the biggest, fattest nugs for the fattest yields per plant. And that, you know, when we apply the principles of like tomato farming, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They want the most yield, period. They're not trying to achieve a certain type of product. And as we know, there's a lot of strains out there that grow different depending on how you grow them, right? And that can play a big role into how you want to cultivate your plant or how you want to feed it as well.
Yeah, one thing I don't like is people that generalize how cannabis grows, because we used to do a room at Posse with 4 600s, and we'd put like 2 of each of our clones in it every cycle, and we'd pop them all at the same time. They'd all go in like, you know, 6 to 8 inches high. And what we would do is, it was to show the people that came in, our customers, how vastly different the genetics reacted in the same
growing situation. So, you know, the NL5s and the hazes would all be, you know, up, they'd pass the lights, which were all the way to the ceiling, and they'd be growing up into the dark area, and then you'd have little B52s and Hindu Kushes, and you could literally see the range of, you know, quicker flowering cannabis to longer flowering cannabis right in front of you as you made your way to the cantina. It was really not just you know, interesting, but it was kind of educational for people that we were able to teach them what veg time meant and why some plants needed to be grown for a while, because they would literally stop growing, like spring growing, when they would start flowering, and others would just continue to flower in growth. So it was a good teaching tool as well.
Well, and if you were to just simply change the temperature of the room and the light intensity, the plants would look totally different again. The indicas would start to stretch out, and they would get bigger than they would in a room that has really high light intensity, because when you put an indica right under a light, I mean, they stay small. But if you put one in the corner, it'll stretch out and it'll get a little bigger. So it's all
cooler rooms will you'll have less what's called internode spacing.
Right.
So if you keep your rooms at a cooler temperature, you won't get as much stretching.
Right, which is what I was going to say with, like, if you have a sativa right next to an indica in a room, if you were to lower the temperature in the room, the sativa could look completely different than it did in an 82-degree room, just simply because of the shortening of the internodes and everything that a 70-degree room would make a sativa do.
Well, you know what's interesting? With Neville himself told me with hazes, anything over 10 weeks, he said, don't give it any. If you're growing from clone, don't give it any fredge time, because it's gonna. If you're going sea green, and at the time we were having a conversation about Dutch, and my friend that won the cup in '96 with the NL5 by Hayes, he pulled off one of the cleanest. He had simply 4 lights, 4 600s in what was basically 4 square meters, but he had like maybe a 1-foot path in between. He ran dirt. He went 5 weeks to each side, so there was some cross lighting, but with 88 plants, he pulled off over 1,400 grams. He averaged 16 grams a plant with, you're going to love it, 0 days pre-grow. He would cut his clones around the 15th. They'd get about 2 weeks to root. He would have, you know, cut 100 clones. He'd use 88 of them, pop them in the 2 square meters, and then 5 weeks later, you know, really 2 weeks later, he would cut clones for the next side. 2 weeks after that, he'd be popping them in the next side, and this was his little life. And he managed to average literally over 1,400 grams from just 1,200 watts with 88 plants with 0 days pre-grow, and honestly, one of the most productive gardens I've ever witnessed or trimmed for or hung out and smoked.
Yeah, I mean, just to go off what you're saying, I used to run those Omega gardens, the ones that spin around the bulb. That was 10 years ago, but I could grow, because when those things turn, the internode spacing is like tiny. I grew a 90-day Super Silver Haze clone that came from Jeff in that thing, and it'd be, you know, it was 18 inches to the bulb. So this plant was, you know, 16 and a half inches, and they yielded 10 to 14 grams a plant. And, you know, off 2 600s in a 4-foot by 5-foot footprint, it was 2.5 pounds from 1,200 watts, which isn't anything close to 1,400 grams. But it was in a very, very small footprint of only 20 square feet.
Yeah, if you have your shit together, you don't need a lot of space actually to be very productive. And you know, it's brilliant. He actually built a little lean-to in his room that was literally came out about 8 feet by 9 feet against a wall, like a little. And he literally could wave to me from his grow room window when I left at night. And he still used the room for trimming and a bunch of other stuff. He used a little built-in closet for his clones and his mom's. And I was astounded because, you know, so many people go so much bigger and then produce so much less. And that was
efficiency in agriculture.
The best way to be in Amsterdam, because there is just not that much room there.
And when this becomes real farming, right? I mean, real farms producing corn and everything else operate on extremely slim margins. And if you're wasting money anywhere, you won't be able to farm next year unless you've got excellent government subsidies. So until they start subsidizing weed, you know, follow the corn farmers.
I would like to say, guys, you know, you all know where I was. Just spent the last few weeks with Sensi, and oh my God, they recoup every drop of water they use for nutrients. They are so energy and environmentally aware and efficient. It is unbelievable. I mean, you don't expect anything less from someone that's been doing it for 30 years, but when you go there and you witness it, it is unbelievable. I mean, in some ways, we are so far behind in America with our practices and the way but you know, they're using industrial applications. They're having Philips come out and do their lighting, and you know, like it's all on a different level. But when we get to that place of legality, I think we're going to see a drop in cost of production, if that makes sense, because we'll finally be able to use rooms that are big enough that dissipate the heat, and we can put our lights in distances we want. It's going to change considerably. I mean, you walk there and you look through their stuff, and it's like visiting the future. You know, I posted a picture of Ben in front of one of his many LED rooms that are for testing, and it's spectacular to see. I mean, on that larger scale.
Hell yeah, it's impressive is what it is. I myself just came back from photographing over on Vancouver Island at Tilray's facility, and my goodness, holy smokes. Those guys just have the most ridiculous facility that you just can't even imagine that someone built that. Like the most ridiculous indoor grow that I have for sure ever been in. And always kind of pretty stoked to photograph there. Like they've got beautiful plants, you know, and they grow a lot of plants. They have an enormous facility. I don't know how many lights there are, but it has to be, you know, some thousands or over 1,000 anyway. All burning and all beautiful table. Just the whole thing is that their facility is. If you've spent any amount of time in grow rooms in your life, there's no way that you can't be inspired and sort of blown away by what they've got going on there. So for anyone that can ever get themselves a tour of that facility, I would take that tour. Interesting to see how big business goes about, you know, building a professional facility like that. I've never seen anything like it. And I have to say, the best growers I've ever met over the years were always more of an agricultural grower than a prohibition gardener that gardened in his basement or indoors. You know what I mean? They were always the guys that were like Rob and Skunk Man, and you know, guys that had the greenhouses and guys that had the licenses and guys that just knew how to do it right to be able to do it properly. Everyone else was like, well, I can't do it properly, i.e. legally. So I'll just do it the only way that I can figure out how to do. And some people got pretty good. I did see some incredible facilities, but nothing compared to the people who go more along the lines of the agricultural world, like how we grow food, how we grow plants. It's like those, you know, taking out a lot of different, you know, different styles and platforms that have been sold in the cannabis world. Once you get into the bigger players with these large greenhouses, it's almost always exclusively very similar. They do things in a way that is just done in agricultural products. So it'll be interesting to see where we go in the next 10 to 20 years. I wonder one day if indoor growing will be, you know, not a thing of the past, but maybe just a thing not quite so popular. Once cannabis's price has gone down. I wonder what
it will be economically difficult to grow indoors and have it be worth anything but a passionate hobby. You know, you'll see guys like they have woodworking, you know, or whatever in their basements, and it's a silly amount of equipment, you know, considering they make, you know, desks and bureaus with it. But it'll be like that. It'll be hobbyists that, you know, and it'll be breeders, and it'll be people that are doing, you know, unique stuff with cannabis, because it does play a key role in
even
control.
with the advances in LED technology and lowering of the footprint, you don't think so?
Yeah, I do, but greenhouses are going to rule, man. Nothing like the sun. I mean, anyone who's grown with sunshine in a greenhouse, it's like you don't ever want to go back. You know, if you can have a really beautiful greenhouse with augmented lighting, oh my gosh, it's and then being able to shade it with, you know, automation, it's the future of legal growing.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that, I mean, what we're doing is very similar to every other kind of agriculture. The one thing that we have that's very different in this is there's a big there's a lot of people that care more about what kind of cannabis they're smoking, whether it's a strain or a type of grow or any of this. How many people you know that are like, I only eat this kind of tomato grown this way? Not very many, right? So for us, I think the cannabis market, in terms of general population, there's more people that want a certain that are more boutique and will continue it as a craft hobby in the future than, say, celery or carrots or something. I mean, there are a lot of people that care about their produce at their home too, but it's not quite as widespread, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think people are way, the double standard that's held against cannabis is pretty crazy, I think, in a lot of ways. I mean, people that sit there smoking cigarettes talking shit about fucking, pot at times, it's just like, dude, seriously. And
how many people do you know that have, 10 different varieties of orchids in their home? How many 20, 30-year-old kids that have 10 different kinds of clones in their home? There's a lot of closet home cultivators that are keeping this plant alive where it typically wouldn't. And, I think that's going to continue to a certain degree.
Well, isn't that the beauty of cannabis? Its resilience and its adaptability, the fact we can grow it in our closets and even the coldest of environments. I mean, try to do that with tobacco or opium poppies.
Mangoes. Do you want to grow a mango tree in your closet?
I hope they don't prohibit mangoes, man. I really, 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 really like mangoes.
You guys are hilarious.
Oh yeah, hash snowmen, not so funny, right? Hash snowmen. It's Tony, Mr. Hash Snowman.
Did we lose Tony? Is he still around? No, just his wall. I guess he never got to work Hannah's mic. That's too bad. I was looking forward to listening to her story. Well, next week maybe for the 1-year anniversary we could get her in here. Might be time for a little cannabis, a little bubble hash actually. A little bubbly.
So hey, Mark Scaldone, I'm wondering, is there a way that you can get tests to look at? Maybe could Horatio find somewhere to send off these filters in Canada so that he doesn't have to worry about crossing the border to get testing? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
What kind of lab? What would I ask for? Would I say like, hey, I've got some fat, and I think it's got. How would you approach that when you're not looking at it from a cannabis standpoint?
So you're looking for heavy metal contamination?
Not just that. I've got a whole scope of oxidized lipids that have elicited all kinds of colors and patterns, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen this green before. I bet that fucking guy's not XYZ. I'm going to break my relationship off with him. It's literally my main ultimate test is those lipids tell me whether you're lying about 30 years of clean meds or not. It's the most important test I have right now compared to any lab is what I see in the lipids.
Yeah, I mean, so two things. So again, heavy metals, there are very sensitive methods for testing these. I, again, would think that what you can do, Horatio, is just keep tabs on your concentration and dilute it in some already existing food product, maybe, and send it off to a lab for testing if you're looking for metals again. So for example, if you're going to take a wax fraction that you've gotten your wax away from your extract now and you don't have any or very minimal cannabinoids, but you're looking to see if that wax contains any of these heavy metal contaminants, what you can then do is just take that wax and say dilute it in a known volume of, say, I don't know, soybean oil or something like that you're also going to send for testing to make sure that the diluent is clean. And yeah, send that to a food testing laboratory that can test for trace metals and say we're just looking to qualify this material in a process, and we're looking for, the 4 bad actors again are mercury, cadmium, lead, and arsenic. So I think that those four metals can be tested down to the part per billion range if that's what you're concerned with.
So that would also qualify for pesticides, possibly. That I'm like, hey, look, I'm trying to make not a brownie, but something else useful that is a food product, and say, look,
Yeah, so
I'm getting some raw material, and I'm worried about pesticides, and I'm worried about lipid. Basically, using the industry we're hoping cannabis becomes, but hopefully, by not focusing on the THC portion in testing,
right.
getting better lab results from the food industry.
Well, pesticides are a completely different enchilada because, again, there's not necessarily a method that's useful for all of the different pesticides that could potentially be contaminating cannabis. And so I know in Colorado recently they've had some issues with some fungicide and insecticide contaminated cannabis that, again, these products are mostly used for food crops. And not meant to be used on a botanical that's going to be inhaled or smoked at high temperature. So I think
most of them are for like turf, actually. Like Eagle 20s for turf only, no food uses at all.
Yeah, but I can tell you that that belongs to a class of compounds that's widely used in food. And
Okay.
so the same mode of action can be used in food or could be used for turf control. The thing with turf control is it's not it doesn't have to pass the regulatory muster of the FDA because it's not being applied directly to food because you're just using it to control pests and disease at, say, golf courses and ranches or restaurants. I think a lot of these places, again, that use the professional turf control, a lot of that stuff, some of that is persistent in the environment. And just because it's being used on the lot that's next to you, it could certainly wash into the water supply and still have a persistent effect in the water supply as well. So it depends on exactly what products they're using.
It's been shown, like with golf courses, with the use of all those turf pesticides, insecticides, that people that there's people that would like spit or lick on their ball, right, to get it off when they get on the putt, and people got cancer, and they stopped using some on golf courses because some people were getting, exposed, due to their own, not knowing about it, but
They should have never licked their own balls.
I guess.
Well, when you can.
If you can, I'm surprised you're not right now.
Hey, Jeff, did that answer your question?
Yeah, it got me a little bit closer. I think that we've got a lot of questions as far as what's in these waxes. I found everything from, really nice color. This is wax right here. That's just cannabis wax. It's been milted. I've had any ethanol cooked out of it. And it looks just like some beeswax. But I've had things come out of cannabis that were scarlet red. I mean, as red as you could possibly have it. And that is a constituent that was mixing with the lipids that I'm pulling out. And I don't know what that is, and so I don't see that very often. But in certain lots of cannabis, I will get certain colors that come to the waxes, just like Horatio's saying. And I kind of wonder.
CO2 extraction, Jeff. You're doing CO2, right?
CO2 extraction and then ethanol precipitation.
Yeah, so that's a really common theme I'm seeing in supercritical CO2. The extracts tend to be reddish brown in color. Is that a general trend that you're seeing as well?
Well, I'm not even talking about the extract itself being red. I'm talking about something that's being filtered out. So generally I'll have a really nice white wax or slightly creamy colored wax, slightly off-white, but in certain circumstances I'll find these little tiny micro red specks wax basically that precipitate out of the solution when it's winterized with ethanol and then filtered. And these red specks, I have no clue really what that is at all. But when I heat that wax up to make a candle from it, it goes right, that pigment goes right into the wax and disperses, and I have a scarlet red candle that I get from it, which is beautiful. But I'm scared as to what it is, you know, and it's
wow, that's cool. Let's run an NMR of that. I'll tell you exactly what it is.
excellent, excellent. I have some red on a filter that I saved from a long time ago from that batch. So,
do you have any HPLC or GC data on that at all?
not on the waxes. It's
Okay.
never. Yeah, I mean the lipids. It's just never been worth it for me to spend the $50 to get a cannabinoid result, because that's all I'm going to get from them. I mean, they you know, I could get the data from them, but they're only analyzing for those certain things.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk offline.
Yeah, sounds good.
No, you will talk online. This is Hack Church, motherfuckers.
I tell you what, we'll talk offline. We'll generate some experimental data and we'll share that online. How does that sound?
Dude, you know what?
Excellent.
You get a pass, Mark. You get a pass.
Nice. It's about time I did something right.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's all good dialogue right there, boys. No complaints on that. People are having a good chat in the chat as well. Brett Maverick's in there asking questions.
Well, I want to ask some questions because I'm reading the fucking label of Eagle 20 and I'm looking at it and it's saying stone fruits, apricots, cherries, applications may be made up to the day of harvest, and it's fucking showing you exactly what it says: apples and grapes. I would like some clarity. Nectarine, peaches, plums. That all sounds like food. Actually kind of making me hungry, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but you don't have to heat up any of those things to consume them, right?
Well, does that make it better? We're eating pesticides that aren't heated up on our apples and on our grapes and on our fucking apricots and cherries.
Yeah,
what happens when we dump that cherry into a drink and the alcohol fucking...
Yeah, the point
Remember
that the active ingredient breaks down or is at such a level in the product that you don't see a observed effect. So they're just diluting it at a point where it's effective to control fungus or whatever it's using to control, and then it just either is digested in the body or made innocuous just by washing the fruit, or it doesn't have to be smoked at nail temperature, which is going to degrade all of these things into noxious materials that you don't want to be inhaling.
I mean, to go off what you're saying too, diminozide, which is the plant growth regulator, one of the two that's in phospholode, right, and it is in a lot of other flower hardeners for cannabis. That was outlawed in 1988 for use on apples, because when it was pasteurized and it reached temperature, it created carcinogens that would give kids cancer, basically, and they pulled it all off the shelf. They didn't realize that it was only in the processing of making apple juice, I think, that they really started seeing the negative effects of it.
Absolutely right. That's correct. Apple juice brought that stuff up on the radar.
And I want to clarify, I'm not pro Eagle 20 at all. I'm not pro Eagle 20. I'm reading the label, and I'm just...
Yeah, no, I was wrong. I thought it was just for turf.
Did you guys...
No, it's the same thing. I had somebody tell me Avid was banned in California, and you can pick it up in Santa Rosa. It's like, really, the amount of misinformation is obnoxious. And the person telling them that was the guy at the hydro store going and buying Avid down the street, putting it in little bottles and selling it off-label. That's where the crime was happening, you know what I mean? And pretending like he was giving the guy some special shit that was fucking prohibited in the state, when, you know, it was a lie.
Look, these products are called azole fungicides, and these are not dissimilar to miconazole, which is used to control athlete's foot. It has very, very low mammalian toxicity. Okay? So there's very, very low incidence of mammalian toxicity because it blocks an enzyme that's only in the fungus and it's just not in people. The thing that I'm concerned about is that, especially with Eagle 20, if you look at the structure of Eagle 20, thermally it's going to decompose, and in fact it can decompose to give hydrogen cyanide, which is, deadly. So the issue is that while these, what makes an agrochemical today is not one that necessarily kills fungus, weeds, or insects, but it's one that does so, but can break down and whose degradation products are safe to human exposure. That's what's in the marketplace today. That's what's being used on fruits and vegetables and everything that's being run in production agriculture today. The fact is that a lot of those products should not be sprayed on a foliar application on something that's going to be meant to be heated up. That's my issue with this, is the fact that they're not thermally stable. They're all going to degrade. And the issue with concentrate, obviously, is that if it's on the plant, it's going to be in the concentrate and going to be more concentrated by definition, right? So if you have a level of fungicide or herbicide that's essentially applied to the plant, it might be okay in terms of the plant, but when you concentrate that oil, a lot of the extraction solvents and a lot of the processes are not going to discriminate, and they're going to concentrate that material right along with it.
Todd, it sounds like the label you're reading hasn't been busted yet, because they're basically saying, well, it's your fault you heated it up. No one told you to make apricot pie. But if you eat it all off the plant, it's all these lawyer-approved wordings that allow people to skirt labels. And then one day, like I think this week, some brand of butane got busted because they completely skirted the import laws and were making butane locally, and then basically saying, good for extracts, and had nothing to do with lighters, which is the only way you're supposed to be able to can butane. So I can totally see them being like, well, we never intended anyone to heat up the plants they grew by cooking them for consumption. We'll change your labels when you change the laws.
And just for the sake of conversation, I totally didn't write the label at Eagle 20. No, I'm kidding. But you know what, though?
You did write the label at Eagle 20?
It trips me a little bit, because why can we put this shit on apricots and peaches, and then if we put it on, I'm just trying to figure out, all things being equal, and I do think we don't totally smoke peaches.
In between your toes when you get athlete's foot, okay?
Say that again?
In between your toes when you get athlete's foot.
Okay, what is that? Not smokable.
It's the same class of fungicides that Eagle 20 belongs to, which are the azole fungicides, which essentially are, again, very, very safe in terms of mammalian toxicity. That's my point that I'm trying to bring up. So they're able to control fungus from affecting, fruit yields.
Would you say it's because all the things they describe are round, have a surface, and are washed before consumption, where cannabis is a flower with an open structure? You can wash cannabis after you harvest, but is it really is the issue because we're consuming flowers versus looking at them?
Well, I think
all those fruits are things that have a surface to protect their innards.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the hydrophobic structure of the active ingredient itself, it's going to be absorbed right into the essential oil components of the plant. And washing cannabis, you can wash it all you want. It's not going to remove anything. It's like trying to clean your bong out with water.
Everyone's tried to do that when they find there's nothing in the house. I'll just rinse it really hot and shake it really hard.
I watched Mark do it with a little hot water and a touch of alcohol. He walked away with a clean rig. 5 minutes later, I was blown away.
Yeah, that is.
Come on, Mark. I'll give you a recipe for a clean bong in Barcelona.
You know what? Anytime I don't have access to a lot of alcohol, and I usually bring it with me, I just I use very, very hot water, like boiling water out of a tea kettle, and I'll just pour it through the bong. You have to be very careful because the bong becomes so warm, but you can put the tiniest amount of ISO and just a couple of shakes, and that bong is clean.
Remember, as soon as that hot water gets cooled, when it hits the pipes in your plumbing system, all of that wax is going to crash out onto the walls of the pipes in your home, okay? And it's going to create a
I
resin.
don't pour that down my drain.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, if you're doing it at a hotel drain, that's perfectly fine. I'm saying if you're doing it at home, you know, you could fool yourself in thinking that you're dissolving it, but as soon as it hits the cold piping of your house's pipes, that stuff's going to plaque out just like cholesterol.
Can we bring something up now then? So water is not a solvent, but if I heat it up, it dissolves oil. So the magic of warmth turns it into a solvent.
Yeah, so
the same way your emotion happened by changing the pH. Water's that awesome.
It's just
I know water's a solvent. I know.
the heat turning it into a liquid. Is that correct, Mark? It's not the water's a solvent.
Well, it's the heat. Basically, the solubility of cannabis oil is a function of in water is a function of temperature, and the higher the temperature, the more oil you're able to solvate in the water continuous water phase. But what you're basically doing is by heating up the water is you're just making the molecules move faster, and when the molecules move faster, they can interact more than being two separate phases.
I have a friend who has who smokes a ridiculous amount of bongs, and he had a sink that he cleaned his bong in for many, many years, 2.5 decades, and the pipe was big coming out of that sink. And one day the sink just literally stopped draining, and he got the plumber in, and they had to cut out a big section of the pipe, and the pipe was like a fully plugged artery. It was literally like a huge section of his pipe was just fucking resin. He couldn't even believe it. But it did take him 25 years to do that. He does smoke more than most people.
For some reason, do you think you would make more reclaim with oil? Because, like, I mean, with oil, we seem to clean our rigs every 3 days. And I'm like, man, those wook houses with like 6 dudes with dreads, I could see that pipe jamming up real fast over a summer.
Yeah. Oil definitely reclaims more.
Yeah, you should not.
You hear that, Mark? It's always those guys with dreads. You got to look out for him, Mark. Where'd Mark go?
I'm here.
He's fucking chewing. I know. I can hear.
What? Suddenly we bring up dreadlocks? Your camera goes off? Come on, bro. That was when I met you. You're dreadlocked out. He has dread experience, guys. He may look clean cut now, but not so much.
I was wooked out.
Oh, you were very wooked out.
You were pre-wook. You were a wook before there were fucking wooks. Now that I wook and think about it, that's fucking hilarious. Mark the trendsetter.
The Grand Wook.
He's gone. All right.
So here is 1998 in Panajachel, Guatemala. Wookin'.
The dude on the right's gonna smoke up all the hash. You know we
The Grand Wook right before us all.
Dude, the dude on the
that's my friend, man. I had to re-meet you with your short hair and, you know, conservative attire.
Had to eat the little bit of food that my wife brought me. And drink a little water. Ah, life-sustaining water. I filter my hash through it. Here's one. Who here likes to filter their hits through water? And who prefers to filter their hits through no water? And let's get into the standard argument that usually happens once.
I like both.
Or who's old school
and travel without water
with ice
and
cubes,
it tends to piss people off. So most people like water, so I end up putting water in my pipe. But for the most part, Todd and I were having this discussion a long time ago, and it's like, well, if we're down to concentrate form, which is here, what are we filtering out with water? Okay, and I go through that, but then, I get resin that, collects in my pipe and in my, thing here, so there's something that's happening. So, Floor.
Okay, so it definitely cools the temperature, right? Because when it's coming off the nail, it's definitely at a much, much higher temperature, and you're basically shocking that high temperature plume of oil when it hits the water, that a lot of the oil molecules are just going to plaque out because, again, they're not soluble in water. But as, again, that plume takes its journey through the water and eventually ends up in the tube and coming up, I mean, yeah, you're basically just taking out a big chunk of what you're vaporizing.
Now, Mark, here's a question, because if you go around and smell different rigs, some are so ratchet, and not just from excess smoking, but what you're smoking that you could, it's the last line of defense, which is the water filtration. So you might lose cannabinoids, but that might be the last time you have to crash out a lot of the nasties.
Yeah, well, if you're getting nasties, yes.
Then how often should you replace your bong water then?
Well, in smoking, everybody knows what it smells like when you spill that bong water. It's all of that didn't go in your lungs, and it doesn't smell like cannabis. In the case of burning it, it smells like rotten ash.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crap in there. There's a lot of stuff in there, but I think when you spill rig water as opposed to bong water, you don't get a lot of those acrid smells, do you?
I guess really in the end it's quite a personal.
Lost your audio there, Bubble Man. You silenced yourself.
Yep.
Well, I for the longest time had not done this, but just recently did this, which is where we used a decent sized bong that had a decent size to it, and the guy had packed ice in it, and that was a totally wonderful experience that I totally forgot. That iced bong hit is a real nice delivery because it's ultra cold, and when it gets into your lungs, it seems to taste very different too as well.
All right, I'll bring up an old school way to smoke, so don't judge it. But do you remember ice, milk, and rum in the bong? I don't know. I did a lot of time in Europe, so a lot of strange things happened. But some of our European viewers, like I remember putting milk in the bong to make it creamier.
Yeah, I never did that, but we did salt. Now, salt, there's a basis for putting salt in the bong water, which is now the water is basically having to use a lot of its energy to keep the salt in solution, so it doesn't readily take the water-soluble components that are in the smoke coming through.
Nice.
I got another question, Dr. Mark. When you take a bong toke and you're percolating it through water by taking hot, dry smoke and passing it through water, it basically is working like a swamp cooler. You're adding water vapor to cool the smoke, right?
Yep, you certainly are. Yep, you're adding
so,
water
like,
vapor.
if there's water in your hash, you're adding water to your hash by percolating it anyways.
Yeah, you're basically super saturating that stream that you're bringing through it with water. Absolutely, yep.
Right. It's like how a swamp cooler works. How everything, you cool air by adding cold water vapor.
Right. Absolutely. And, people have flavored their bong waters before. I don't know if anyone has any experience with that. I think that's bogus myself.
I mean, I've heard of all kinds of things in bong water. I remember people talking about putting ether in it, and I was like, wouldn't you catch on fire or something,
That's not impossible. But I guess you can use things like rose water, and there's other aromatic waters, again, that you could use in your bong water to give the herb a more herbal, flavorful, floral taste, if that's what you like. I don't personally like that.
I'm not a fan of adulterants in any way, shape, or form. I do use Res Block because it definitely, my friend helped create that from 420 Science, and it just uses fruit concentrates, and it just keeps the resin from sticking to your bong. So if you need to go, you just hit it with some warm water, shake it, and it pretty much is all good. But still, I would recommend a quick hit with salt and alcohol, and you're good to go.
Hey Todd, what data is this that I'm looking at here that you shared in the chat?
The links above it. You see the actually plant growth regulators are what was brought up to me, PGRs. And so that was an article. If you see up just 1144, you'll see, and that little part was a list of these are Bushmaster, Pacarbutazole, Gravity, and then it shows how much is in it. So Bushmaster has 271 parts per million. Pacarbutazole, Gravity has 516, twice as much. Flower Dragon, holy fuck. Yes. Oh no, okay, that's a different. Has 4.3 parts per million. But then you'd have to just figure it out, yeah. So yeah, so this is what you're looking at, and that's a link to it. And you know, I was just having to sit there and figure it out, go through my email for a second, and then I found this older link to it. So I just posted it in Hash Church as well. These things are getting through the plant. I mean, the problem is that, you know, if we're not conscientious about what we're putting into the product's going to make its way into us.
Well, almost all of these things all these products that you labeled, not a single one of them has those on the label, right? As ingredients in that nutrient, and that's the problem with the nutrients where we're currently at. And that's what I was saying, is that it's hard to know if someone just adds a little bit of one of these PGRs to even a regular nutrient line, and it in certain nutrient lines I've seen it, to me it's arguable that they definitely are using some kind of PGR, because it makes almost all
PGRs are sold separately in like if you go look up PGRs, you'll see the companies sell it separately, and basically are telling you you'll save thousands on your nutrients, and you'll get more productive because it's going to give you this boost. So people are actually using it as a supplement. It's not just companies that are putting it in to give them an advantage on the marketplace. It's people that are like, hey, fucking A, let me get some of that shit. I don't care. I want bigger buds. You know, and that's sadly what's happening. I mean,
but some of those just on the label just say algae extract, and that's it. You know,
mislabeling. I agree with you. It's huge. It's huge.
People don't even know that they're using this shit.
No, I guarantee.
That was the point of the article I posted too.
Yeah, for sure.
Surprised, to say the least. It's amazing how much of this information isn't passed on and shared.
Well, you know, with that article is from 2012, and me and Rob have been having conversations about it. But how the fuck do you get it out to people and sit down and be like, oh, hey, here's a massive concern. Now that we're taking these plants and we're making extracts that are really concentrates or whatever the fuck is in the plant, we're gonna have to deal with what we're putting in the plant. And you know, it's not like we're like Debbie Bad News or something. We're getting out there Debbie Down, or we're like, hey everybody, this great nutrient you found. It's going to kill you.
It's going to be bad for you. Just get rid of the things that are going to kill us. And, we're the consumers. We're the ones buying these products. And if we can open our eyes to the fact that, hey, we like your product, but you got to get rid of this. Or, hey, you know what? Your product's got to go completely. Like, we're the consumers. And because we're beyond just consumers, we're also, like, patients. It makes it a little more serious. At least from my perspective.
I mean, if there's a bridge that is about to fail, are you going to let people continue to cross it, or are you going to tell them to stop and fix it? And I think that's what telling people to not use things like dimenozide and paclobutrazole, which is also another not very good fungicide chemical. So
right, but don't kid yourself. People are going to listen to us talk about this right now and go the opposite. They're going to be like, oh, Jesus, I didn't even know about plant growth regulators. I didn't even know I could get an advantage. I didn't even know I could put this in. And
I think almost everyone knows about phospholode. I mean, if you know OG growers in LA, like that shit, they use it like water, I mean, I lived there for 2 years, and I saw a lot of OG, and I saw a lot of white-haired phospholode OG.
Yeah, look, when I first got OG Kush in the 90s and such, those people growing it were trying to grow it pretty clean. I mean, when
you know, there's a lot of people that once the clones got released after I got out of prison and such, that a lot of people started growing it in LA. I was, you know, you know, what they did was a little out of, you know, but a lot of this technology started hitting in the 20th century where it wasn't available so much in the 90s.
I mean,
in the same way.
Posting about phospholode results on OG in 2001 on Overgrown Cannabis World. I mean, it was pretty well known. Even just people looking on the internet, you want to get 2 pounds of light with OG. But it ruins trichome production. You know, there's a lot of negatives to it that make it pointless. You know, it's better to be a better grower than it is to use that stuff and just get shitty quality, basically.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yes, for sure.
Well, and soon you'll be tested, and there is no way you can talk your way out of it.
Right. Well, and then, but how do you blame someone when they buy a nutrient that doesn't tell you what's in it? You know.
Again,
I think it goes back to the
same problem in cycling. I used to have a cycling team, and we had a problem with the U.S. Cycling Association decided to authorize this particular substance. So, got it from my team. Everybody used it. Turns out, go ahead and somebody popped on another team, popped positive using this same stuff, and you got blamed as the individual because you needed to know what you put into your body. So I'm afraid it's going to end up being that. The farmer is going to be blamed, but it also shows the education that we have to do, that the state has to do. And because even though there's been no regulation, there's been nobody saying you should be growing with these nutrients. You have to avoid these, avoid growth hormones, avoid these sort of things, avoid these types of additives. No one's saying that except we at the dispensaries when we're actually dealing with it. We ask those questions of the farmers because we need to know that information. Now science tells us also and backs up that or tells them that they're lying. So there's a great deal of education that needs to go. So I think this is a very worthy discussion that needs to continue and go further because many growers don't know what's available, or we will also see people rise with products available due to the absence of products currently.
Yeah, I mean, just as another source of information, the forums do talk about, you know, a lot of these chemicals. You know, it's one of the better sources for information. You got to weed through a lot of crap, but there are, you know, a few people that really do try and spread good information on some of the forums out there.
Yeah, but where is it widely available to every grower? And that's what it needs.
Right, exactly. It should be available in a pamphlet in the store. Even.
You shouldn't have to search through something to get to your knowledge. There should be access and information. So hopefully the state of California will create, you know, safety standards now that it's engaged the agricultural department. It's engaged all these entities that now they have to play with us. They can't just say, oh, no, save us. So the good thing about this is it's actually going to force dialogue, and I think that is going to be exponential to starting that discussion and then moving it forward, because we have to have a place to start. And we're in the black, we're in the dark, okay, except for what's available currently on the market. And we know, as Todd's pointed out and many others have pointed out, that these products currently are made for other products, not specifically for this. So hopefully it'll open up research further into cannabis-specific products. I know they've been over like Canna over in Europe and stuff like that, and it's starting to be available here, but hopefully it will open up so that we can get cannabis-specific, as well as now opening up to organic standards. We know what the organic standards are, and they will have to be followed and have to pass that certification. And the organic certification is actually going to show up and test your soil, and there's no way you can talk your way out of it. So there's going to have to be self-education, community education, as well as industry education, in my opinion.
Fuck, I'm having a hell of a time trying to get figured out. Okay, so we're getting told that Vapor Central was being raided. I don't believe Vapor Central is being raided in Toronto right now. I believe Vapor Central is streaming a raid that is happening right now in Toronto at a place called Melon Heads. So I just wanted to get that out. It's funny how people can share bad information so fast just by being unable to articulate what they're trying to share with people.
Is that RCMP or is it local?
There's a stream, and I would have to open it up and look into it. It looked like local police. Let me just pop it open on my telephono here.
Is that a dispensary or like a smoking club?
It's just a no. Now, sorry, Melonheads. I'm not sure if it's a dispensary and a vapor club, but it's not Vapor Central. Is all I'm saying. So I think it might be some type of a dispensary. I don't know. We'll get more word from it as people learn how to share proper information, because I hate to tell people the wrong thing. It started with Melonheads is getting raided, and then that turned into Vapor Central's getting raided. And because Vapor Central was streaming the raid, I think that's where the confusion occurred. Either way, good to know that Vapor... Yeah, someone was saying that Vapor Central was raided, bud. That's why we're saying it. But they were not raided. They were just streaming the raid. Just to get that information out to everyone. We'll give you an update on that as we figure out more. Hate to hear about that, really. Hate to fucking hear about the federal government or even the city of Toronto deciding to crack down. Hopefully it was all a misunderstanding. I'm going to take a giant rip of some Terpenation, some stable rosin. Who's ready? Is that what we're doing, Tony?
I'm doing some Ingrid rosin.
I'm going to do a little dab from the slab.
I don't fuck with those finger dabs. I see people doing it all the time, and I'm like, well, at least you got the oil on your finger where you're going to burn it eventually, so it'll self-heal real fast.
That's just negative, Horatio.
For some reason this week, I've knocked my rig off my desk, and I always catch it by the nail. It seems to be the best place. The brain says, grab that thing that's falling. And every time I'm like, I end up having to wipe the dab I was going to take right on the wound, and I don't get to take the dab.
Well, that was still a decent dab. Finger dab. Toronto police raided Melonheads because they were openly selling to anyone. Well, shit. And we're not allowed to do that, I guess, hey? Not everyone should be allowed to have cannabis? Is that what the RCMP is trying to tell us?
What they're trying to say is you need to go to Vancouver, where basically we were supposed to be taking in people with some type of medical recommendation, but they've gone full rec. And you kind of have to pay $30,000 in Vancouver to go full rec.
Right. Is that rec, though, in Vancouver, $30,000, or is that just profitable medical?
They pretty much, I believe I asked, I've asked that a couple of times, and everyone keeps, I believe it was Jamie I asked, or Hillary Black, they keep saying, no, there's no rules about intake anymore unless you're a compassion club. So I'm like, so for $30,000 you can go rec? And they're like, Vancouver's not really saying there's no rules on intaking patients.
Well, I'll tell you, they sure made a major statement, which was quickly, rebutted by the Canadian government, Health Canada, just saying, like, no, you cannot do that. Do not regulate dispensaries. I sure hope they do. It seems like our mayor is ready to fight, but we'll see what happens. See what happens. Hey, Jeff, you taking off, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to go hang out with the family here for a little bit, and I'll see y'all next week for big year one.
Hell yeah, dude. It's going to be a good one. Maybe we'll try to get a Trello going with Todd and get some special guests happening for our 1 year. Maybe I'll invite all the random no-named people who were in the first one and just do that panel again. Can you imagine? All these random people. Hey, what's up?
Yes. We may be better off with Trello.
Trello. We will Trello. I wish more people were involved in Trello. I sent invites out, but people are busy. I understand.
I'll get on that. Well, it has been a nice conversation. Every day, every time we sit down and talk, I honestly learn stuff every week, which is really what.
3 hours. solid killer information, like 3 hours straight of just. It was a good 3 hours, you know. That was. I think people are very happy with what they heard, and it gets us further down the road to. It seems like eventually we're leading ourselves to this point where we're like, who's going to do all these things that we're talking about? Like, do we have to start some organization that's like some non-for-profit, some testing facility, some whatever? Like, all the things that we're talking about need to happen. And I just wonder if the people listening are going to be the ones to make it happen, or we are.
Both. You know, we're doing what we can, but these kids are watching us and listening to us, and young, old, etc., wandering directions, seeing where opportunities are, and, you know, going into plant science and learning about microbiology because they see that, oh shit, it's really applicable in the cannabis world. It's not just a bunch of stuffy scientists. There's a shitload of, we've only isolated a handful of compounds. All right, we have so much research. So I hope there's so many of you out there that are actually looking at becoming doctors and researchers and, you know, stepping into that realm, because there's a future there. There's a bright future there with the regulation here in California, and as you'll see, the ripples will go into the other states, etc. There's going to be need for biological scientists and, you know, soil scientists. You know, these are key places that we need the future to plug in. You know, there's advances in technologies and LEDs now that are starting to surpass, you know, all types of other types of ancient lighting that we used to use in the past. So we're going to see a lot of advances in technology, especially with the regulation of this industry. Now these companies, now we can go to the Philips company. Now we can go to these and say, okay, we're a regulated industry. We need specific, you know, products. This is what we need. I mean, if Sensi can do it over there, then why can't we be doing it here if we're finally regulated? So, I mean, again, it's step by step. It's going to be a long process. We're not going to immediately be there, but you out there, please pick up the torch.
Sorry, I had to mute Todd there. You were coming in on the Echo style large there.
No, it's just, you know, they're out there. You're out there right now wondering what to do. So, you know, if you're in college or have access to get yourself a knowledge base or an apprenticeship somewhere, you know, key component, do it, learn, acknowledge, absorb.
It totally makes me want to go back to university. I'd love to take like plant sciences. I got to talk a little bit with the plant scientist at Tilray, and she knew her shit, man. You definitely don't get like a degree in plant sciences without knowing your shit. I wonder how many years that takes to get your like master's in plant sciences.
That's usually 4 years.
There's a 4-year degree in plant science.
Beautiful. That's not too bad. I could do that. Probably rock that off.
Are there any plant scientists that did any doctoral work or like their thesis with cannabis versus another plant? There must be some essays where you have to pick a plant and rip it apart to shreds. Are there any people that came out like that would start to be the shit where it's like I got my master's by writing a thesis on what?
Well, I know Etienne de Maillet, which is the other Etienne in the cannabis world. I mean, he did it with hemp. I mean, I know people doing it specific. There has to be. Well, now hopefully this will open up access, because with the regulation, hopefully maybe the UC system or the Cal system will allow people to get their doctorate, so that people don't have to go to Leiden and other places to actually study or get their doctorate, so they can actually get it domestically.
Domestically. Give a shout out.
Well, y'all have a good day. I'm gonna jump now and go do Sunday stuff.
Do Sunday stuff. All right, Todd. Well, have a good one, buddy. I was just gonna give a shout out to Cole Lewis Gerton. He was a relative of mine. I don't know if you guys can see him there. He's on the card there. It would have been his 25th birthday today. Unfortunately, he succumbed to cancer, 1990 to 2015. So my family all gathered today and celebrated his life. It's too bad we weren't able to. He did use cannabis. He just was unable to get it to work for him. He was taken out by it. So I'm gonna have a bong rip for him.
Deepest condolences, Monfrere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We all should treat life so tragically, because either way, we can eat as healthy as we want, but someday our time is always limited, and we have to appreciate every moment we get.
Yeah, it's like, what's his name? Michael Rich used to always tell me, like, I believe that you're born with a certain amount of energy, and that energy leads you, as it dissipates, to your death. And I always thought that was kind of like a powerful sort of perspective. It wasn't necessarily mine, but I really appreciated it from his perspective. I was like, damn, dude, like, it's fucking heavy. He's like, yeah, it is, man. We each get this little machine. Call it what you will. It drives us. It seems to drive us one way right to our death.
Is that the same Michael Rich who did the mills over in China?
Yeah, it was Michael who just passed away recently in Amsterdam.
I was about to say, deepest condolences there too. Great man. His daughter worked for me for a number of years at Berkeley Patients Group.
Yeah. He was a very unique individual.
That's a good way of putting it. He was a very unique individual. Todd's got countless stories with Michael.
Mark just brought up, Scaldone just brought up an interesting point in the chat to answer my question. He brought up a doctor who basically developed the standards, and I'm like, you're right. Who the fuck knows cannabis really deeply? The people who must write the standards that we test to. Of course there's been some geniuses applied to cannabis, and they've made their whole life about it. They're the ones that created the science that we know and base a lot of our theories on.
Yeah, Dr. Hasekamp was the one who took me through the Bedrocan system in 2011 and showed me how to use GC and UV8 PLC and various others. He's a genius. Great man.
Awesome. That's Dr. Arno Hasekamp, basically Hayes Camp, K-A-M-P is his last name, and you can Google him and get a whole bunch of interesting information about when he was born and where he's from and where he studied and how long he did what for and different companies that he's worked with. It's definitely an interesting read, so maybe post that in the Hash Church group as well, if you don't mind, Mark.
Sure, no problem.
Do I have a mental illness that whenever one of you talk, I click on the screen right away, so make sure that it's your screen that's recording. But when I talk, I forget, and I don't click on the screen, and it's like Horatio just taking like vape rips of like whatever that shit is. And I'm like, fuck, why do I not click on my own screen?
I don't watch the video feed, but I hope it's not just people being like, there's 700 people just watching some reaction where someone's like, what? And you're supposed to be a small square when you're doing that.
I know. No, I try my best, dude. It is kind of a weird thing that I wish I didn't have to do. It takes away a little bit of part of my brain away from, often I'm waiting for people to talk so I can say what I want to say in or whatnot, and while I'm clicking on each person, I tend to lose track sometimes and not get to say what I want to say, but I'll figure it out one day. It's all these wonderful dabs and running Hash Church. These are my first world problems. I'm not complaining. Tony, you've been quiet. Are you just fucking taffied right out?
Yeah, you taffied out, man. What's up?
Is he muted?
I'm working on trying to get some labeling done for this taffy stuff because it was a last-minute miracle. So I was expecting more of a dry texture, but the terps made sweet love to the rest.
Never expect anything to come out dry with the fucking terps. I decided, like, oh, I'm in a fucking rush, I gotta go. I'll just put the terps on one side of the parchment and close it. No, I've got a better idea. I'll just go squish it cold in the t-shirt press, and I didn't pay attention, and I squished it, and it flew out like it never even touched the oil. It just and it went outside, then went and coated everything, and I'm like, I'll just bring it. Everyone will wear it tonight. And that's what happened. People were like, what the fuck is this all over my hands? I'm like, dude, it's the first batch of terp cologne. Just live with it. Touch the parchment and love it.
Yeah. No, it's like there's what happens is, you know, having a consistent base of bubble and having consistency through the whole thing. I noticed by just having the pure terps in the process, the colorations and the oils and the different types of taffy texture that I created is solely terpene based. So there's a lot of interesting things that just picking up and noticing in this next new process. So
Show us the taffy again.
I'll show you the taffy. Hold on.
Is this where you bring?
I'm really gonna leave now. You guys have a great day.
Don't do it. We're gonna talk about more cool stuff.
I know. That's why I sit here listening. It's fucking hilarious. But okay, I'm really gonna leave. So y'all have a great day.
I see the meme already. It's your face, and it's like when you're trying to get the fuck out of Hash Church, and they keep bringing up cool shit. There's the meme. All right, whoever's doing it, get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your meme generators.
No, don't ever. That went so bad for Cosby. Oh my god. No.
Well, you know what? Wasn't he like raping women though?
No, for real. You know, and you know what? I want to actually bring up something that's somewhat, you know, I have a cyber stalker, and I've had one for a long time. I wouldn't let a person move into this house 5 years ago that asked me to get them fucking meth. At the time, I was on probation, trying to get off probation, and the last thing I needed was, and honestly, even if I wasn't, you're basically going to be asked to leave at that point in my life anyway. So ever since then, I've had a fucking cyber stalker, and you know, I'm sorry for the people that are watching and stuff. It's been obnoxious. And she even posted shit. Her name's Amy Griffin. Went to court about it and everything. And Google won't even take down the pages. I'm going to have to hire a lawyer to go after them because, you know, somehow they're okay with condoning cyber harassment, which is fucking obnoxious. It's unbelievable. So I'm sorry, everybody, but it's reality. And I think the more you become an activist and a public person and you have a reputation, the easier it is for people to try to attack it.
Right.
Did anybody see that? Tony's holding up an oil. Oh God, it's my face. But Todd's face was reflecting perfectly in it.
That was my face. Yeah, I see Jesus in the oil. Oh no.
Where am I? I want to be in there.
Okay, that is fucking hilarious.
That's awesome.
Jesus Christ.
So, all right, this is retarded. That's all I'm going to say. How do you package this? You know, this is, let me just show you. Hold on.
Package it very carefully.
You'll learn one, Pad1. There's ways, but you're going to be wearing a jacket when you do it.
No, check this out. It's like, it's clear taffy.
Yeah, if you're going to melt it out onto a parchment, then drop the temps to at least like 52F.
No, you don't have to. It comes right off. It comes right off the glass in a clear gel.
Can you tell us what terps those are?
Yeah, this is the Girl Scout cookies.
That's insane.
My Cannabis Cup winner. Woohoo!
Yeah, so they were going to go in these nice little glass vials because I thought it was going to be a different. This is just a new tech that I was trying to develop because I was asking people online, should I go more drier butter, more wet shatter, and then I was like, fuck it. There was a lot of 4 a.m. terp sessions, and then I got like way deeper, and then now it's this.
Do you need to heat the bottle to get that in there?
No, I'm gonna put it on the parchment because it's super stable on parchment. You could just touch it and it comes right off, no problem. So you'll get all your medicine off of it that way. But I thought it was gonna. I just thought it was going to be more.
Like crumble? Like as if you smashed up honeycomb? Because that goes in those vials really easily. It almost makes.
I thought it was going to be drier, but I tried a ratio of terpenes that was excessive, and I wanted to make sure that anyone that got this was like, that's exactly what that plant tastes like, you know? So there would be zero customer complaints.
You gotta watch out. There's this new complaint that happens called terp burn, where the nail is set for the average extract, and it has to go lower, or else it scorches a super pristine steak really quickly. And a lot of people will go, oh, that was harsh, and then they lower the temperature, and then it's the best extract they've ever tried. So you might have to actually put out your, I know it's not good to do it, but a recommended temperature range to hit it at.
What are you vaping at, Tony?
Well, this on the silicone carbide is at 600, and it just turns to a straight pool of oil. Just that little tiny bit that was on there that I was going to clean off, still going.
You've got some comments from the chat that people will help you package it into their lungs.
Yeah,
In a series of small fires.
I need to go into a clean state. Showers and change. I gotta take this in, and then I gotta get to work, I guess.
Well, now that you've smoked yourself into a damn near coma.
You gotta try everything, you know.
I do know.
One must bioassay.
It's essential.
Most people would have to take 4 days to try it. I just was able to try all 5. I had Ghost, Girl Scout cookies, Blue Dream, Irene, Jack Frost, and G4. They're all just ridiculous.
Yeah. Brett Maverick saying the problem with that is we could all set our PIDs to 600 and all of us would have a different temperature on our nail head.
Yeah, I have a flat coil with a silicone carbide.
Well, I mean, you'd hit it with an IR gun. That's the only way to give out a number. Like, get your nail at the IR gun to this temp. Because, yeah, setting it on the PID is useless.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, somebody hit me up on the side asking about California, if Chalice and High Times and all those are going to be able to continue given the new laws. And again, not sure, they're not correctly addressed, but I would figure the vendors there will have to be state licensed because they don't do pop-up licenses and stuff like that. So, thank you.
Thanks, Etienne. The questions never stop. There's a fast flow of conversation going on in the chat room. 627 people hanging out, watching Hash Church today. I think last week's episode is almost up to 12,000, so definitely thanks to all of you, the audience, who for whatever reason appreciates this as much as we do. We appreciate that. Oh, there we go. Now I forgot to push on my own. I never push on my own box. Bon appetit.
You know, now that I'm still sitting here stoned listening to all you guys talk, I just want to say thank you to everybody. That I got so much feedback after Ben was on, and I think we all have such admiration for people like him, especially him, in his efforts, and it was just nice. So many people wrote me, and I didn't even have time to write everybody back, traveling and shit, but I want to thank.
Oh, yeah, dude. It was great to have Ben on. Nice and willing to share his stories, and yeah, it's just very unique, really, when you think about it.
Fantastic. I had no idea he was going to Afghanistan in 1970, the year I was fucking born. He was already scouting for seeds down there. I mean, it's you know, I knew he had a little bit of a lead on us, you know. That's a pretty huge lead for me, at least, you know. Long before I was born, he was already smoking weed and looking for pot to grow in the countries where it grew best. So, go Ben. Yeah.
But old Ed was before him, though, just in the 60s.
Ed Holloway, well, you know, Ben was actually, you know, I mean, to be in Afghanistan in 1970 means that probably in 1969 you're smoking weed and thinking about going to Afghanistan, you know what I mean? So, you know, there were a lot of innovators in the 60s at the time. Old Ed Holloway is who you mean. He was the guy that taught Bernard Brunning how to grow Sensimilia or seedless cannabis in Holland. Huge little thing he did for him.
I still always give to the skunk man, though. I'll tell you, he also was in Afghanistan, I believe, in 1970, and collecting seeds. But the unique thing about him is he's kind of. I put a few of these people on this sort of in this group where they're just like extreme heads. They want to smoke the best of the best of the best, concentrated into the best. I mean, Skunkman Sam, when I met him, his hash was so much nicer than anyone's hash I'd ever smoked before. It was kind of almost unbelievable. I thought, how could this be true? And it's like when you have people that are so passionate about the flavors and the tastes and the potency, it's almost like they have savant-like capabilities to pull out these special phenos and to breed plants into these incredible things that only the most ardent cannabis user, like the person who respects the resin to the highest grade, it always seemed to be those guys that had the best shit in their stash that also coincidentally had incredible genetics that they collected over the years.
Mark, I was going to say, one of the things I experience is not much cannabis is I really experience a strong medicine, and I guess those types of, the connoisseur ends up being the pharmacist, because I'm like, I keep thinking, oh man, I still want roadkill skunk and all of those extreme terpene profiles. So, I mean, it sounds like to the most severe illnesses, you will always find the most extreme genetics.
Right. It does seem to coincide. It seems to be the people that are like, it seems to be that the stuff that the recreational user wants, the best of the best, it's like, oh, that's the super dank. It just happens to be that stuff seems to be the most powerful medicine in a variety of ways.
It's what the conflict with hoarding and prohibition ends up being the biggest crux, is we have the best medicine, but it's also serves a recreational purpose that drives us to hoard medicine from each other.
Yeah, it's a prohibition-based mindset, and I'm sure when prohibition was set up, they had that. They were like, you know what, this is going to be great because they're gonna do themselves in by growing strains that are like, how fast and how much can I get? You know, focusing on the wrong things like hoarding and like trying to grow. I mean, we did a good job in the end, because amazing things were preserved. People did wonderful jobs. But a lot of us are guilty for that hoarding over the years, and it just seems like no real good could come of that.
No, come on though for a minute. When you're saying hoarding, you know, we weren't in a position to be able to freely trade without severe consequences. I once gave clones to a guy that was a contributor to the Emperor, and he ended up fucking cooperating against me because I gave him cuttings. I mean, it linked me to distribution when I only tried to do somebody a solid act because his fucking room was full of spider mites. He lived in the high desert, and fuck you, he lived among these little spider mites as a natural plant. It's around him. So his garden was fucked, and I felt bad for him, and I gave him cuttings, and it fucked me. And, you know, that's what a lot of people faced. If you handed cuttings to somebody, suddenly you were linked to their fucking grow, and you could do time if they got busted because they would roll on your ass. And, you know, we weren't in a position. That's what the freedom we fought for. And if we were in a, I mean, when I met you at Posse, that was one of the first places I experienced freedom, or not fearing the repercussions of talking about my experience to other people and sharing the dialogue and experiences that they had with me. Because up to that point in America, man, I came up with a little saying when I was like fucking
14, and it was, if you're going to tell anyone, you might as well tell everyone, because if you tell anyone, you are pretty much telling everyone. And you know, to me, it was you had to keep your mouth shut about your grow, or you'd fucking go down. Some jealous asshole who would tell on you.
In Winnipeg, we said it like this: even a fish can be kept from getting caught if he just keeps his mouth shut.
It's I mean, Todd, your point is very good. It's just like how they make up these new laws. Well, you can all have weed, but if you share it, ooh, you might as well be Al Capone again. And it's that same construct of blocking sharing of an access that seems to keep people back.
Yeah, invisible handcuffs. The invisible handcuffs that is like, and then, you know, it is linked to the fear, but then when you link to the fear, you're almost always also linked to that sort of profits of like, well, you know, and coincidentally, maybe I'll do better if no one else has this strain and I'm just the only one that has it. It would be nice if everyone had to come to me for it. And that's like that's not everyone by any means. I'm just talking about that vibe that, you know, you feel that goes along. It's almost like when your friend says to you, here, I'm going to give you these cuts, but you can't share them with anyone, please. And it's that sort of like, oh, you got the invisible handcuffs on me. Like, what if I meet someone that needs... I think that information kept us from learning what we know today. It kept us from learning what we know today. Thank God we pushed through it. We are a tenacious fucking lot of people. But it really did slow down our knowledge of learning. You just think compartmentalized.
I don't want to disagree completely, but the people that had unique plants that didn't want to give them to every Joe asshole that wanted to commercially produce their shit and go slut it out and take, you know, for the record, man, I got to hang out and smoke hash 2 mornings while I was in Europe with Sam the Skunk Man, and he is responsible for so much. And all the beautiful labels that I put on my Instagram of old cannabis were from his collection, because we get to get high and you literally have fun fucking going through all his old stuff. Yeah. And it's epic, and you know, the contributions people have made have been huge, but when, you know, you look at the work that they did to create different things that we use every day, people would come up behind them and just want to capitalize on it in a way. It was like if you wrote the Beatles song Love Me Do, or you wouldn't want somebody coming up and saying, great song, Paul, I'm going to grab that, just walk away and start cashing in on your creativity. And that's what's happened. And you know, cannabis has been available to everybody, so it hasn't slowed us down. It's just been a reality of prohibition that if I share the good shit I made with you, it might mean that I get caught up in your bullshit for whatever reason. And that's fucked up.
I guess I'm talking in a more general way, out of respect for those people that bred those plants, that sharing without profiting is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the percentage of people that that have worked hard like Skunkman Sam. I'm talking about the people who have access to these strains already. It's like, can you not share it with someone that's right over there? Like for years, many people shared under that guise, but they weren't Skunkman Sam. None of them were. It was like, I understand it from his perspective and a handful of others, absolutely. But at the same time, if it's not to profit, it's like the Grateful Dead letting you tape their show. It's like, you paid for it, you can have it. Just don't go sell it on the black market for money. And there was
two sides of that, though. Two sides of that. Two sides of that. Because if you look at it in a way that, okay, he had this great collection and a great eye for breeding, and he did all this wonderful stuff botanically, he was restricted because he couldn't share it with everybody for pennies. Like, because he would have been able to get it out to everybody if he wasn't an unfettered commerce, and instead he had to worry about the people he sold seeds to or gave it to or interacted with for the same reasons that I just mentioned. And the reality is that had he not had those restrictions, we would have had varieties like Skunk One all over the place, and we would have made greater advancements a long time ago. But we didn't have that because he had to hide in Holland, and, you know, not hide, but he had to go to a neutral country that didn't look at growing flowers as being a militantly criminal act that would get you locked up for longer than potentially murder.
Sure.
You know, so think of those restrictions when we're talking about this, and it's astounding that cannabis has been able to make the huge advancements it's made with all of the oppression that's come down upon it. And one of the reasons I've been so adamant about basically espousing its goodness is because it needs us to do that, because I feel obligated for how much it's helped me through my life. And, you know, giving a little back seems appropriate.
Well, then let's go back even further to, you know, indigenous tribes of people who probably held some of these landrace strains in their collections before these breeders came along, took them for themselves to work with, and then profit off of and not allow anyone else to take their hard work. Where did they get those strains in the first place, and did they pay for them? Are they respecting the lineage of those genetics and where they came from, or are they completely ignoring it and taking it for themselves? Because, I mean, if you're going to use that mentality, you got to go back even further, and then you realize, wow, well, I guess they maybe probably haven't done that either. You know, that's why I like the idea of the sharing. If we weren't sharing, okay, why are they allowed to take the genetics and work with them and then create something that no one else is allowed to share? When the
Wait a minute, though. Let's put that in context.
Sure.
Let's put this all in context, because truthfully, the 20th century cannabis industry only happened because of a few people that in the 40s and 50s, it really, as Ed Holloway told me, it was when his kids came back from Vietnam with some Vietnam and Thai and stuff like that, and he first tried it in the early 60s. It caused him to have an interest in going to these countries and literally smuggling out seeds so that he could bring them and test them and play with them. And when you look at the complexity of our modern day hybrids, they're from countries all over the world. And I mean, skunk was a three-way, you know, and when they went and they found these seeds, there was no you know, I'm going to make $1 million billion. It was, hey, let's bring these back and see what we can do. And one of the things that Arian and Franco will fucking flatly say is that as they scoured the earth for new strains, you bring a lot of them home, they're really not exciting. There's a lot of work that needs to be done with them, and it really goes to say how much actual breeding and selection went into the hills of California and then into the greenhouses of Amsterdam and now all over the world.
All I'm saying is none of it could have happened without those landrace strains.
Well, right, and without everything on the planet, we wouldn't have cell phones and this cool technology, but the land races were there.
I'm giving the credit to cannabis as always. You know, I love that what everyone's done for it and how we're pushing it along, but we are but stewards helping it along. You know, I don't think any of us own it. As much as we want.
I said that in the union. I said I found it obnoxious that people want to take credit for varieties that were cultivated for drug use in places like India for literally thousands of years. And that's what we're benefiting from completely. And, you know, I see that too, you know, but I see both sides of it because I see the efforts that went into what we have as modern day strains because, you know, look, Mel Frank's a good friend of mine, as you all know, and he's 72 years old now, and I get to talk to him about the varieties that he collected in the 70s, and it's utterly fascinating, you know, to the progression of how these countries mixed together became the strains we know today. And I give credit in a way to credit due because they operated these breeders and these people that were selecting cannabis that we now appreciate in really hard conditions where they were having to hide and literally got locked up when they were caught for growing flowers. And we've made a, you know, we're going to grow a lot more now that we have this open communication and that people are actually more brave and can share these genetics more freely without the fear of, you know, prison or losing their life. And this is what it's all about to me. I mean, it's that liberty that we all really lust for.
Well, I just pray that large companies don't, you know, try to patent and control and trademark, you know, genetics and genome structures and like plants. I just hope that it always. I just hope I never have to feel bad about sharing a strain with someone. You know, I really do. I think that sharing strains is real important, and you know, you'd lose your strains if it wasn't for sharing sometimes, and it's like that prohibition legal handcuff or invisible handcuff thing again, where it just makes you feel like, oh yeah, it's in my best interest just not to share this. But then you don't think of things like, what if you shared it? People are thinking this, that guy's going to start a seed company, he's going to jack me, he's going to ruin the genetics. These are all the standards that everyone goes through. But then,
and I would argue that Phylos is going to prove that.
Let me finish. Basically, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Todd.
I'm sorry. I said Phylos is going to basically prove that what you're saying is right, and we have a small group of genetics. It's not that many. There's 12 notes in music.
and I believe there's not that many tones in cannabis, if you will, and we're trying to hold on to something that we're all really sharing a large percentage of the same genetic of, and it's stupid to hoard. And I agree with you completely. I just see both sides of how it evolved over the time I've been a grower. But now with Phylos, what you're saying is I think it's going to prove that it's silly, because we're all sharing the same 12 notes mixed together in various combinations. It's not that far apart.
It's what I noticed is, for example, I can use hash as an example. When I started showing people how to make hash, now by no means did I invent any type of hash making. Helped popularize, yes. Invented, nothing. Just a guy that knows some things, has learned things from his mentors, and has taken that information and processed it into a working model. But I don't ever claim to own any process. But I'll tell you, almost 20 years ago when I started doing this, very, very, very few people were doing it. I mean, it was a handful of people who had melty hash. Literally, and when I say a handful, I mean a handful of people. There was literally maybe one person every 5 different places that I went to. I might find one person, and I'm talking like going to a different country, going to a different province, a different, you know, maybe one person. And then it started growing slowly but surely, and it was like, I wasn't the first, you know. Rob had the book Hashish come out in 1998. I think it was published. I started my company in 99. The information was there, but believe it or not, a lot of people weren't buying the book. It wasn't really standard information. I'd been telling people about that book since 1998, and it's an incredible book, and all the information is right there. But how really that information got popularized was me going online on the internet with a digital camera and taking pictures of resin up close and sharing it on a site called Overgrow. And before that, nobody was doing that. It did not exist on any of the cannabis culture, cannabis.com, Cannabis World, which came later. And just sharing the screen sizes, for instance, on the bags, there was no company that did that. The isolator bags were 2 separate bags that came with no screen numbers. This wasn't information that companies really wanted the customer to know. It was kind of like, if I can hold that information back, it's in my best interest, because they won't know the screen size, and then they won't know, you know, to what size to go buy. And so I was the first one to share in a product all the screen sizes. Now that information existed already, once again, in Hashish, but people weren't reading it. And that was a whole part of just constantly giving that information away, so people could go make their own screen bags. Of course, if you can't buy mine, like, why would I want to keep you from making your own? That's fucking crazy. And it was just my mentality from the whole through this business of even showing people how to properly make dry sift and clean at 99%. No one was doing that. You know, Skunkman Sam has his method, and he's been doing it the longest. But before I learned anything about his method, I came up with my own carding methods, and like learning about this a little bit of the, you know, through D420K and Mies and myself. We literally, you know, developed that little DVD parchment static trick, and that was literally Mies seeing D420K use a card, which I told him, yeah, you can use plastic cards, and sometimes they'll pick up a little bit of heads on one side and a little bit of, you know, contaminant on the other. And he started using his iTunes card, and he was like, oh, dude, I'm noticing it, and I'm using all sorts of different cards. And me saw a D420K video, and he wrapped a card in parchment, and he said, it works even better with a card. And then all of a sudden D420K is like, hey, wrap a DVD case with a wider edge, and it works even better. That was from sharing information, and that shit wasn't happening before. The more we share information, the same way sharing clones, I'm telling you, the better that the results will be for the majority of the people. Not the few, but for everyone. And I fucking support that platform model, whatever you want to call it. I am preaching. Sorry, I'll stop. Someone
It's a church. Preach no bitch.
Nice. Rick D says, I was dry sifting in 94. It's like, well, I'll tell you, back in 94, I knew lots of people that were dry sifting. I just knew almost none who were producing 99% dry sift glandular heads. If you want to disagree with this one, the first time anyone posted a photo of glandular trichomes in a 99.9% and even coined that silly phrase, 99.999, That was just because Skunkman Sam let me photograph his resin. He could have photographed that resin 25 years ago and blew everyone away. But he waited till like 2008 when I got to photograph it. And I'll tell you, when I first looked under my camera, like looked at the back of my camera at his hash, I just was like, holy shit. It was like the sun shined through the window. Angels were like, oh, in the background. It was the most incredible experience. And I'm telling you, there was really nothing like it before in my experiences. It's the real deal right there.
Honestly, visiting Sam is like, for me, like, I'm not religious, but it's almost for a cannabis person, like, it's like not a holy experience, but it's like the wise man on the mountain, and getting him to sit down and smoke hash and like talk to me and answer all my questions, and then, you know, share his stash with me. It's like it's the metaphor of martial arts. It's like the pursuit of knowledge, and it's fucking awesome, dude. I mean, I didn't want to leave to be on either time, you know.
And then if that's not enough, you have his amazing wife, you know, making some like delicious Mexican food and just having.
What's up? On her birthday, got to hang out. It was so perfect, man. I like the whole thing was magic, you know. And I look forward to going back just so I could sit there and listen to him teach me stuff. To be really honest.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Brett says his uncle used to put a nickel in a keef box and shake it up to make keef, which people loosely call dry sift, which is annoying as hell. Dry sift looks like caviar at 60 times. Keef does not. Yep, I agree with that statement pretty much right on the nail. It's
but
like,
you know what it was? It was Rob that taught me rototaps. It was this. It was, do I have the screens right there? Where'd they go? Right here. And so, honestly, this is it. There you go. And, you know, once Rob showed me that all I needed was a 60 to a 150 and then as many in between as possible, and boom, that's what everybody should go and buy. Just throw your cannabis on the 150 and put it on a rototap.
You're not going to get 99% heads like that, though.
It depends. You know what? Me and Sam.
You will never get 99% heads with just a rototap. You have to. That can take away a good chunk of work, but I promise you, you won't get the 99%. I wish you could. Fuck, man. I wish it was that easy. I swear to God, that would be amazing. But it's not.
In my experience, back before the DEA stole all my fucking my scientific sieves and the rototap I had at my house, what I did is I stacked between 60 and the 150. And depending on the harvest, depending on the cannabis, different resin glands were produced at different sizes. So some plants would make, like, let's say a 90 or a 70 or even a 100 that would actually on that screen collect just real heads because all the other shit would fall through. And this is where I started realizing that different harvests would yield different sized resin glands, and different plants yielded different sized resin glands, just like I would say trees give us apples or oranges. There's big oranges and there's little oranges. And on a micro scale, there's big resin glands and there's little resin glands, and I didn't really notice that until I was actually dry sieving almost all my strains regularly and watching the shit fall through. And then going, wow, because now, depending on the varietal, I would want different sized glands depending on the development of the plant. And I know it's a little like to people, but it's what I was doing back when I had the house in '97 before I got raided, and it was all because of Rob and Dave teaching me, because they handed old Ed a vial of resin glands that were just resin glands on his birthday, and when I put it under the microscope, it was just heads. And I was like, how the fuck do you do this? And they were like, well, and this is where they had this longer conversation with me about it depends on what size heads you're harvesting, what plant you're using, how well you know it, da-da-da-da-da. And it blew my mind.
It's kind of like you can always get that first bounce, you know, which is what you were acquiring there, that little like almost pure headies, which in reality it was probably between 80 and maybe 90% heads like most of the time, which is still amazing back then. It's like, and that was the only information that was really available to get even that close. But I'll tell you, even 95% to 99.9 is a giant leap in quality. It's unbelievable. It's you can't really even believe it. That the further you decontaminate, it's like an exponential curve that once you get to like 95, it just starts climbing almost straight up. Hell yeah.
I love your descriptions. You really can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
It is.
I love how enthusiastic you are. It's fucking awesome.
I need a bong rip. I love that you were leaving an hour ago to do Sunday stuff, and you've just been in deep conversation with us since.
You and your interesting shit. And it's nice to be honestly home on a stable connection, talking to y'all, smoking really good pot and hash, and oh my god.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really I dislike the bad connection. When I have a bad connection and my computer's all jacked, it's no fun. It really is no fun. So I guess we got a week to come up with a really great church. Any of you panelists that want to add anything different or unique, you have kind of a cool little thing that you want to add. 1 year anniversary is right around the corner, 7 days from now.
People just asked for Mel Frank in the chat.
We should.
Yeah, let's get Mel on the show for sure.
I'd love to get Mel. I'd love to, even if he was only on a mic, I'd love to get the Skunk Man Sam, even if he just had a list of questions that he accepted to ask and just came and shared like 5 or 10 minutes. It would be pretty cool.
Wow, that would be interesting. You know what? Maybe I could bring my computer and everything and just sit there and go, please, please, no video, please. Yeah, I'll try. You could do it too, Mark. You got nothing but love for you.
Well, that's because I talked to him already about it, and he said, I'm not going on camera. And I'm like, dude, that's kind of a given. I know you pretty well. Like, I don't really even take your picture. He just doesn't like his picture being taken.
I have a bunch of pictures of him, and Rob looked at my shit, and he goes, you got to be the only person he smiled at a camera for. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, obviously he knew you were taking his photo. I was like, he's posing for me. He's like, right. He's like, this is really unnatural for him.
It's very unnatural for him. I have only those pictures from, like, going on vacation with him. So then that's like a different, but like at any type of event or like even outside those events around and in and around Amsterdam, he does not want his picture taken.
Cannabis Culture Awards? He let me take him at the Cannabis Culture Awards at the museum and everything. I mean, honestly, he was...
Wow. Well, I guess we've come a long way. It's also Rob's talking with like 30 years of experience too, so it's like he you know, he's come out of his shell quite a bit.
Rob has too. I mean, you know, and I'm thrilled. I mean, when I first read Marijuana Botany, I was told that the guy didn't exist. It was probably a pen name, and you know, and then to actually meet him and it's been just a daydream for a pothead like me. I mean, he was giving me articles out of hashish before he printed the book because I was doing the magazine back in '96, the English magazine High Life. And I got to read so much stuff from hashish. He's been my major source of education about hashish, of course, for a long time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great to have.
And now Cannabis. And now his book Cannabis, Evolution and Ethnobotany. He's 20 years. It took him 17 years to write this book. Has 350,000 words, and it's published by California University Press. It will be the book that colleges will have you learn cannabis from in the future. And it's so advanced. I mean, truthfully. And now we're trying to get the thing out about indica and sativa and all the subspecies of cannabis so people understand it even better. You know, I've got shit for people saying, oh, indica and sativa are going to stick because that's what we know. And I'm like, no, dude, we're going to change. Watch. You know, we're going to learn new shit and adapt new shit, and that's how it's going to be.
Indeed. Someone just asked me if I came up with the term headies, and I assured them I did not. But I did name my company Fresh Headies, and only people from California, when I answered the phone, Fresh Headies, only people from California would be like, right on. Everyone else would be like, what? Fresh what? What? And it was like from and we used to get calls from like every state and like countries. But Californians, every single time would be like, yeah, fresh Eddies, dude. That's wicked. Anyway, I'm calling about getting some 20-gallon bags. It's like, California. Gotta love Cali.
We do have a very educated base of cannabis-educated folk.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be surprised if the unknown American who told Neville that glandular trichome heads are dense and sink even in water, I would not be surprised to find out that that unknown American is a Californian. Wouldn't say.
You know, Sam was trying to remember the guy's name because at the time that he went over there and Neville told him what the guy taught him, Neville knew his name. So Neville knows the guy's name. The guy's not all that unknown. He's just, his name was forgotten by...
Exactly. Sam didn't remember, and I've never been able to contact Neville since.
Neville, right. It was when Sam would visit. It was when they visited the Cannabis Castle before the Cannabis Castle was Positronics. Sensi Seeds before the Cannabis Castle was actually called the Cannabis Castle, and it was just Neville's house.
It would have been pre-1988, so between 85 and 87 or something, because it wasn't until 88, I believe, was a few years later that Sam took out the ad in High Times, which was Sadhu Sam's secret water extraction or whatever it was called, secret extraction. I can't even remember now. That poster. I have the High Times that the poster's in though.
You know, the last catalog that Neville released from the Holland Seed Bank was 1990. I got to see all of the old, I got to see the first letter that Neville sent out as a seed catalog in 1984, nice. 85. Yeah, and all the way through to 1990, which was his last one before I got arrested.
You should bring me next time. We'll just film all that shit.
One sec, he gave me a souvenir, a label, hold on.
How's that for some fun? I would have loved to have gone and filmed those hemp fields and all that fucking Cannabis Castle shit. I haven't been to the Cannabis Castle since like the 1995 or something. Those were the days. The Cannabis Castle. You just couldn't believe such a thing existed, you know? Amsterdam already was so ridiculous. It was like, whoa, super culture shock if you'd never traveled before. I luckily had been to Europe before. I had been to France, all around France. And like several years before I ended up at the Cannabis Cup, quite a few actually, like 8. But you know, you've got coffee shops, they're selling hash, they're selling weed. It's so different. You can get edibles, you can buy mushrooms, and then you end up on this bus and you go out to this fucking wicked mansion that's the Cannabis Castle, and it's just too much. You just can't even believe it. Back in the 90s too, right? Like when it was like 20 fucking years ago. Couldn't talk about things the same way wherever you live.
Real state of the art.
Yeah, I lived in the prairies too, so that was like, you know, living in Oklahoma or something, or Texas at the time. It was just like super not herb friendly. I'll tell you. It's good to avoid those experiences. I'll tell a fun story of when I was back in my city growing cannabis and growing mushrooms. And of course, you know, sharing a little bit with my friends and such through sales. And my roommate at the time was getting all into making bongs. He was like, I really want to make bongs. You want to tell us about this before I go into this story, Todd? You're muted.
Well, he gave me, I got a couple things. Ben gave me this, which is the 87 catalog from the Holland Seed Bank that had the very famous photo, sadly, that got Neville in so much shit. He took with a room full of hashish when he was seed scouting. Yeah, the DEA ended up using it as the photo that they unfortunately used to go after him with. For under 2,000 seeds, sadly. But so Sacred Seeds is probably arguably the world's first seed company. And these were the labels. This is actually a sticker from the 70s. That was the Hindu Kushes. And then this was his very first seed label that shows what we would now call a narrow leaf drug variety that he was calling indica. And he said until basically cannabis, basically, and Rob and everything putting it out,
they used to goof on him, saying that you got that one wrong, because thinking that there should be a broadleaf drug variety for an indica, and he was trying to point out, no, because south of in India, narrow-leaf drug varieties that are completely indica, and that's what he was selling, which was the original haze, because, you know, he inherited the haze from the Hayes brothers, and he's the one that basically bred it into being what it became, and he was the one that basically got the haze to Neville, and Neville did wondrous things with it. And these were the content labels that were literally on Sacred Seeds product. Easily the first in the world to do this. Sacred Seeds.
Oh yeah, so you're talking about the government.
Yes. Well, yes. This. Yes. Two parts, honestly. Yes. So yes, I am.
I was
before Neville got a loan from the Dutch government to get off heroin and grow cannabis seeds, which is how the Holland Seed Bank started. Believe it or not, Neville was an addict, and he used an addiction abatement program to get a home-based business loan so that he could then use it to start growing cannabis, which was totally legal in Holland at the time. So he used his cannabis farming as to get off of his heroin addiction, and the rest is cannabis history. But before that was Sacred Seeds, because a lot of these seeds that came over from California. The Hayes brothers lived not 2 hours from my house in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and they're the ones that first developed what we call haze.
Yeah, well, you know that they were Stuntman's neighbor.
Correct.
Exactly.
Oh, I got the haze story this time. It was part of. Every time I go, I have like a whole set of questions, and I'm just like, you know, politely ask the questions, do a bong hit, wait for my response, and learn. And it's just I learn, and you know, and it's nice to get these stories first person, from the person who was there, and you know, and then to give me, you know, dude, it even has like growing tips on the back. May you enjoy happy growing and smoking. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I would just say that the Hayes brothers weren't necessarily making crosses in the beginning as much as acquiring herb from different countries that had seeds from these exotic varieties that were, you know, high in cannabinoid.
No, the Hayes brothers were. They were. The better way to describe it was they were actually mixing together all these varieties. They weren't really breeding specific.
Originally, just when they originally were getting because what they were doing was they were acquiring strains from like out of country, and they had seeds in them, and that's where the seeds came from that they originally started working with.
Yeah. But what you see when you see the varieties that, you know, what they were doing in these California hills were mixing together these land races they were finding and trying to, like anything does in botany, trying to improve upon what they found in nature. And, you know, we've done it with a lot of foods and stuff. I mean, human breeding, especially in the 20th century, has been tremendous.
You know, they were simultaneously doing it in Australia. You know, in Australia, they took all these incredible landrace strains and they just, you know, crossed them and bred them into one another. And, you know, the Mullumbimby Madness, a fairly well-known Australian landrace cross strain, is one that is so many different strains. Also, same idea, just strains coming from out of country, acquiring bag seeds, and just planting, picking the nicest phenos and hammering them with the male of their other favorite. You got some pretty special things that came out of those, you know, messing with those incredible, you know, what I would call like high quality landrace strains that were already like being really like, had already in a sense been collected or, you know, chosen through strain selection, through smoking, through the consumption of cannabis.
You know, an interesting connection I didn't notice, because this catalog, which is the 1987 Neville catalog, when you open the first page, it's a picture of Skunk One, and what does he say? Skunk One, originally developed by the Sacred Seed Company. And he gives credit due, because, you know, that's where he was getting it from at the time, you know, and it became the foundation of indoor growing for us, truthfully.
Oh, absolutely, 100%, man. It's incredible. All of
His label collection is so incredible, man. Huh?
All of it is incredible. All the stories, his collection is one thing after another he could pull out of the collection and literally blow your mind. We could do a whole 4-hour Hash Church just on him going through his collection.
Oh, way longer, bro. Way longer. I was like fucking a kid in the museum candy store going through it, and it's in such perfect shape. And I mean, it's so amazing cannabis history. It's so beyond, and it showed me the market was a lot more mature than I even thought it was back then. Because you know these hippies were not just growing pot; they were making labels. They were really
amazing. Beaver Lamb Dams.
Yeah, anyone listening can just go to my Instagram at hempxxx and you can see them. I posted probably 30 or so of them. I had so many of them, I felt like it was overkill, but they're all so uniquely different.
Original tie stick labels. Yeah.
Dude, this description's classic. From high in the 7,000-foot mountains of southwest coastal India, where for hundreds of years farmers have been growing and breeding sinsemilla smoking ganja as a treasured family art passed from father to son. Sacred Seeds has been carefully hand-chosen, this finest of exotic cultivated Indian ganja variety seed. After an exhaustive 3-year search for the Cannabis Supreme, entailing visiting numerous farms and laboriously testing hundreds of local cannabis types. It's awesome, honestly.
Maybe take some more pictures and post them to Hash Church.
Yeah, I could post them all to Hash Church. Actually, now that you say it, that wouldn't be overkill. That would probably only take me a minute to do.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Much love. See y'all next week.
Etienne, thanks for coming out, buddy. It's here. That's just past 1 o'clock. We've done 4 hours. I feel pretty solid.
Yeah, we should all really leave now, not just me. What the hell?
We're doing it. Thank you guys so much once again. You can check us out in the Hash Church group on Facebook. It is private. You have asked to be a part of it, and then it won't show up on your feed or on in your in the people that follow you's feed. But thanks everyone for tuning in for Hash Church 51. We'll be back next week. I think we're going to try to bring you something special, so stay tuned for that. And thanks everybody. Peace.